is up, YouTube? How are you doing? Good afternoon, morning, evening, night, wherever you live in the world. Bitcoin is moving and so are we. That's the reason why we are live, right? So let's have a look at what the chart is going to give us while I am quickly organizing my screen here. Okay, there we go. Voila. What's up? How you doing? Lucas walking after I finish eating. Well, there you go. It's always a good, like a bit of walking, bit of a workout after you had dinner. No? That's good. Or lunch. I mean, in your case, it must be lunch. Probably late lunch, I assume. In Germany, Joel, how you doing? Welcome from New York. There you go. So it must be morning probably where you live. How you doing? Errol Suleiman Anoop. Good afternoon, morning, night, evening. So what we're going to do in this stream is, of course, have a look at what Bitcoin is doing. However, I also have something very special in this stream because you guys have to vote for something. So we're going to wait till more people are here. And then later I'm going to start a poll in the chat. And you will decide something that's going to happen to the channel. So, yeah, exciting. So we're going to do that in a little bit, right? So, yeah, it's always rice and chicken time. Ah, you just did a workout, Lucas, by any chance? Good morning, Parames. Welcome, welcome. So I got another full bottle of water. So I am prepared with my throat today. Holy moly. Yesterday was an awkward day, eh? Abdul, welcome. Good to have you here as well. So in this stream, what we're going to do is shortly run through the scenarios. Of course, nothing has really changed compared to the previous video, right? Everything is still the same. Probabilities are still the same. So, yeah, you know, I just quickly want to run through. It's just that if people join during the stream, they can at least go to the beginning of the video and know what we're looking for, pretty much. Because other than that, we're going to watch the local price action, of course, as price has almost hit the 886 here, and it might do very soon, which of course is always interesting because hitting this 886 increases the probabilities to take the lows, which in general was the probability as long as the 618 isn't hit. So that is very nice indeed. Lydian, welcome. Good night here in Korea. Wow, Korea. I've been there twice. In Busan, great experience in Korea for the Esports World Championships. So that was a fun period. Okay, so I'm going to move you for a minute. Well, not a minute, a couple of minutes to my other screen. I'm going to put an alarm here, which we'll see how quickly it will get triggered. I'm going to remove some of the stuff from my chart, and we're going to do a very quick run through of everything. I will try to keep it very short. This is one of those streams where I'm not going to go in detail with scenarios because we want to cover the local price action, of course. So, boom. Oh, wait, I want the horizontals. I do like to have these ones on my chart. Close to CVD, target boxes. Okay, so we're going to go through some stuff very, very quickly, and it's only going to be this area here, right? We're not going to go through the whole high time frame thingy. So, because that is where the previous video, of course, is interesting. Okay, let's go. 1 hour chart. Quick summary of the video, and then we're going to run through some stuff. Okay, first things first. This is the bullish scenario. Bullish because we're looking for a flat in wave 2 or B, and then an impulse A or 1, 2 or B, 3 or C to the downside. The reason here we're looking for a flat in an A, B, C is because this high touched the 236, rare for 2 or B. So we prefer to see price moving to the upside, but the only way to do that is a flat. Time-wise, if we would move up in an impulse, right, take this low, get a big wick, then move to the upside impulsively for a wave C and an A, B, C. time-wise, we get an issue for wave 2 because we already are past the 5 fib time taken from the high to the low of 1 or A. To compare this move with this move, preferably wave 2 does not finish after wave 5 or 6, but there's no other way than finishing behind 5 and arguably going to be behind 6. So if price is going to go and take this low, move towards the upside in a flat structure, A, B, very quick C, the probabilities increase. This is an A, B, C to the downside instead of a 1, 2, 3. Because a wave B can be a lot longer than a wave 2, and if the range for potential 2 gets too long, probabilities increase for a potential wave B. The invalidation of this scenario is price taking this high over here, and in that case, right, if price takes this high, depends on the retracement, a wave C is of course an impulsive structure, A, B, C, wave C is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but if we get a bigger impulse, then we have to look for a bigger flat, A, B, C, finishing here after a 5-wave move, and then we move up. Now the flat that I don't talk about is a 3-wave A, 3-wave B, 5-wave C. Wave B is most commonly a zigzag structure. This is your most common target area for B. 1.618 still a target, 40.1k. If you're going to drop here and start to close candles here, 15-minute, 30-minute, the probabilities really go down for a wave B. So basically in this scenario, if we're looking for a zigzag in this wave B, we have a 5, 3, we want to see a 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, finish up, right? If we don't get it, probabilities go down for a flat and the probabilities increase for an impulse to the downside. If we look for an impulse, we look for a 5-wave impulsive structure, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, because wave 3 is quite similar in length compared to wave 1, right? The 1-to-1 here, taken from the high to the low of 1 to the end of 2, as you can see, has been passed, so wave 3 is not the shortest. That's something. But because wave 3 here is quite similar to wave 1 in length, you do have the possibility for a wave 5 to become extended. So this is something we also have to keep in mind. Now another scenario that I only have in my head but not on my chart, so that's the first time that I show it here, is a potential WXY double zigzag. And that is over here a wave W, X and a wave Y. We have seen a very, very shallow 0.236 retracement once before, which was, I don't think I was making video. I'm actually not sure if I don't think I was making videos when that happened. But in a double zigzag, wave X generally does not touch the 0.7 fib, which is all the way up here. And you expect a very small retracement. And a WXY double zigzag was something that we had here. This range here was incredibly shallow. We were looking here for a WXY, ABC. This wave B went to the 236. So it can happen that things are very shallow. In this case, I'm not looking for a B, but an X. It's rare, but it can definitely happen. But at the moment, it's not yet a scenario I want to have on my chart, right? It's not yet too relevant per se for where price is, but it's just something that I want to show you so we can be prepared. Now in this scenario, we're then looking for, of course, a 5-wave structure to the downside. We're looking for a 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. That's what we're looking for, which looks like this on the lower time frames. As mentioned, you don't want to see price moving above the 4 here. You want to see the low taken before the high is taken. If price does this, the probabilities decrease that this is a wide wave 4 because of time. You see the vertical lines on the chart taken from the low of 1 to the high of wave 2 to compare 2 in time with 4 in time. This high over here is perfectly fine. That's good. But if price moves up, probabilities are low, you're going to have a wide wave 4 over here. Then we would have to remove the wave 4. And then we have to think about a blue wave 4. And then we take a fib from the high to the low, toggle on the wave 4 targets, and then you can see the invalidation, being the 0.618, is sitting at 42k. And we have been talking about 42k all the time. So if price moves to the 0.618 at 42k before taking the low, probabilities increase for continuation. If price takes the low, then this doesn't count anymore and we reassess the chart, right? If price moves down now to take the low, right, we are going to be looking in an impulsive scenario to the downside for a wave 5 to eventually end, which ends a wave 3, another range in 4, and then a move down for wave 5. So also this 4, you then take a fib from the high of 2 to the low wherever 3 is going to be. The 0.618 is your invalidation for this blue wave 4, right? But first, we need price to hit this low. As long as it doesn't hit the low, right, we can't yet think about this blue wave 4 because we don't even have the white wave 5, right? So we need to wait patiently. But if, for example, the white wave 5 would end here, you take a fib from the high of blue 2 to the end here, which is then also the end of blue 3, and then your 0.618, now sitting at 41.6, is your invalidation, right? So just as an example, that is then what you're going to be looking for. CVD divergences, we had some bearish CVD here. I already removed it from my chart because it played out. Bullish CVD, I can also remove this because this also played out earlier. And on AGGR, we had a bearish CVD here, even though on my chart it's a higher high, on AGGR it was a lower high, and that is what matters because AGGR is leading when it comes to CVD divergences. Now this one hasn't yet played out because this is your target, and if we take a fib from the low to the high, we toggle on our 886, then as always, the 886 tends to give a little bit of a reaction towards the golden pocket after it hit the 886, and today is the same thing happening over here. Another interesting one is I saw it in Diamond, Randlelwa I believe posting it. Another one here, we had quite a clear low, right? Clear low, drag it to the right side, and over here price hit the 886, and where does it go to? Hits the 886 for a clean low, moves to the golden pocket, rejects at the golden pocket, and moves down. Man, it's so beautiful. So yeah, this is something that you will see relatively often. So anyway, 886 is touched, move towards the golden pocket is done, and now we just wait and see. Of course, quite often price likes to then hit the golden pocket and continue, but now because the 886 has been hit locally here, it increases probabilities that any move towards the upside is a wave C or a wave Y, increasing the probabilities to later come back down and take the lows that we have over here. So generally now, probabilities have increased even more, besides the fact it were already the highest probabilities, to take this low over here. Now what's the reason? It was already a high probability, as mentioned in my videos. Now we go to the probability thingy that I have. There we go. So the previous video, I go also into the weekly time frame, 1 hour time frame, and then a micro. So this is just the probabilities from the previous video, which haven't changed. So for the weekly stuff, make sure to check out the previous video, which is about, what is it, 9 minutes, I believe. But on the low time frame over here, right, we're neutral and still are, because it really depends on the move to the downside. However, on a micro, which is this little section here, probabilities were higher for one more low. Why? Here the 886 got touched on the 3-minute time frame, by the way. It's the small little details that sometimes matter. So from the low to the high, 886 touched. That's not what you like to see if you think about an impulse for much higher prices to come, right? Any move to the upside has a higher probability of being C or Y, increasing the probabilities to be corrective and come back down later. So only if price hits the 618 do probabilities change towards the upside, which is also what I write here. So this is in a very short, I don't know how long this took, like let's say 5 minutes or something. What we're looking for here locally, support areas to the downside for you before we then observe price action and just have a look at what's going to happen for the upcoming, I don't know how long we're going to be here. But we have 2 lows here, right, to grab some liquidity. So if price moves down, we're going to observe what happens here. And below, we have the golden box over here as support, 38.6 to 39K. By the way, if you're curious what is inside this area, because of course there's a couple of target boxes here, I want you to look at these folders, 1, 2, 3. So there you go. So yeah, oh, by the way, we shouldn't forget about this one. That's actually an interesting daily naked point of control. Let me move this. So we also have a daily naked point of control in gold, besides very high time frame point of controls at that level. And then the target boxes here, the 3, are smaller areas, right? This is a daily plus a weekly naked point of control, daily and monthly naked point of control. Now, just to highlight how important monthly naked point of controls are, this high was a monthly naked point of control. After touching this specific one, at least, we dropped, well, 70%. So doesn't mean you get a 17% move to the upside, but it does mean it's at least an important level to keep in mind. And then here we have the daily naked point of control, and what else? The value area low of some range that I have in the past. So these are the levels on my chart, which if you want, you can note down, of course, on your own chart. And yeah, let's see what price is gonna give us. No, so the bullish CVD or the bearish CVD hasn't yet played out, and we also have bullish one, but we have the 886 touch. So yeah, this is basically a summary of the video, and yeah, if you have any questions, make sure to ask me. But yeah, that's pretty much it. If you want more information about the weekly time frame and, you know, zoomed out things, make sure to check the previous video. So, and now we just wait and see what price is gonna do. Nice bounce on the 886. God damn, man, I love to see it. I think we had the same thing happening in the stream yesterday as well, when price was up here, right? Jeez, it's of course it's no 100% probabilities, as nothing is, but you do like to see a bounce at the 886, which happens quite often towards the golden pocket. And now we just wait and see what we get. No, so nice little bounce so far. But yeah, the 886 has been tapped. Rare target for 2, common target for B or X. Increasing probabilities any move up is a C or Y to take the double bottom at a later stage. It's all probabilities. So we just wait and see what price is going to give us. What I will do is select this high, which of course is a key high. And I will also select this low. Yes, and I will put an alarm on this, just to make sure that if we, like, even if we wick it just, that I know. I also put an alarm here, which is just above this candle. And what's this? 618 root. I have no idea why it says root. Oh, the 618, at least we can put that one on the chart as well, as we like to keep an eye on it. There we go. And yeah, now we go into chatting. Everyone, today you as a viewer have a very important vote. So behind the screen that you are seeing right now, which is my chart, if I would click away my current browser, you are gonna see 4 options, and you're gonna get a couple of minutes to give me your vote. And the voting will partly decide what direction a certain thing of the channel will go to. Do not worry. It is not content related. It remains Bitcoin, right? Mainly on the channel, at least. However, you will have an important role, because on the background, I don't know if Dow is here. Is Dow here? No, Dow is not here, but Dow has been absolutely cooking. But first, I need to write, as I always do, for the new people coming in, Elliott Wave analysis at start. Now, chatting and Q&A. You know what to do. Let me quickly close this because I always have to restart it in order to pin my own comment. There we go. Pin the message. There we go. Okay, so a little bit of chatting and we do voting in a second. Okay, we do the voting in a second. So just say hi to everyone. Of course, where were we? We were at Nick, I believe. Nick, what's up? Nick, how you doing? Hey man, I was live yesterday. At least we caught a nice move down, but the live before, when we were talking in Telegram, we're like, oh yeah, let's go live. That was this area here where nothing happened. Yeah. Are we looking for reversal at the 1.618? I can imagine. Depends on the reaction. So because the 886 is touched, probability-wise, it increases to take the low. Sooner or later. But then it depends on the reaction we get here if we're looking for a flat or a impulse to the downside. Because in both cases, you prefer to still see now another low. Because in a flat, you are looking for a wave C to the upside. A wave C is an impulsive structure, meaning a 1, 2, and then you get a 3 to the upside towards 44K, right? But your wave 2 from the low preferably doesn't hit the 886, as the 886 is a rare target for 2, but common for corrective structures, which is probability-wise the reason that the probabilities are then higher to take the low. So we gotta wait and see what the reaction is when price potentially then, right? Because we don't know certain. But if it takes these two white lines here, 40.5 and 40.1, those are other lows where liquidity is resting. We gotta wait and see how price reacts here. And mainly if price takes this low, you still want the 618 to be touched. That's the real invalidation of the impulse. But the 618 will change if the low is taken. So that's, we gotta change it. I'm gonna keep an eye on drinking today. Hopefully my voice is not gonna give up. Oh boy. What's up, Adil? How you doing? Luis Rivera, what's up from America? B Channel, welcome. Hannah, how you doing, Hannah? Good to have you here. Abaddon, map a scenario making a double top 48.2K, please. That would be a flat structure. So that scenario is the one I kind of just explained, which would be a flat for then a zigzag or impulse to the downside. So that would be... wait, I can better just use this. Tuck, tuck, tuck. That's kind of like this one, because your interesting target area is here, right? Which is not 48.2K. If you go to 48.2K, that's like the 886 area. So if you hit this, any move down has a higher probability of being a wave C to then come up and take the highs later. So if you Abaddon, because I know you're always very bearish, if you are looking for 10K, you don't want to see this 886 hit, so you don't want 48.2. What you want is price to retrace to like this area here. That is what you are looking for. I know. Flotty, what's up? How you doing? Clicking the buttons as always. I can imagine it's you at least. How you doing, man? Gwendy Zoo, welcome. Yes, there was a new record with the live in time. I actually don't know. We did 5 hours and what, 3 minutes? I think five hours was the longest we've ever done before, but we had another 5er. So yeah, pretty decent. My fiance was already in bed when I was finished. Holy moly. What's up, Oku? Oh, by the way, you're really crazy. Ashley still has to think about it because of the marriage in March. Yeah, I'm married to Bitcoin and YouTube chat and Discord chat, and I'm currently with 96 others. Oku, hey Kun, just wondering if there's any book out there that explains the most common retracements and the psychology behind it. Not so sure about the psychology per se, but if you want to have one Elliott Wave book, there's kind of only one in the business that is like kind of recommended usually, which is Elliott Wave Principle by Frost and Prechter, where I guess you it's not really, the problem is in the book it doesn't talk too much about, look, if you're looking for fibs and retracements, don't buy the book. Go to the first education link in the description. I have an education like thingy, and then there's 2 links, and one is bit.ly Elliott Wave detailed. Open that one, and then you get to this website, and this website is what is gonna help you with retracements. It doesn't talk about the psychology though, but psychology wise I can also tell you, because, and you will read a little bit about psychology in the book, but if you study Elliott Wave, you'll quickly notice what the psychology is of the different waves. But in these type of, like, you know, in these pictures, you can see the common and more rare retracement targets as well. With some, not all are absolutely correct, but most are. And this is probably the best website I have ever seen for you to study Elliott Waves. And it's not like fully complete, especially the WXY section. I think is quite a little bit meh, but it's okay. So, but the psychology wise, right? The reason why a wave 1 very often doesn't have a very high amount of volume, or sometimes even declining volume, is because people think it's a relief rally. Wave 2, people think, oh, we're just going to continue to the downside. Usually wave 2 is sharp, short, and deep. Usually a zigzag, most commonly, but a zigzag mimics a potential impulse because it's an ABC down, which is a 535. So people think, oh shit, down we go. But then the moment price goes back and takes the high of 1, that is when people start switching and be like, oh, wait a minute, this is actually interesting now. People start buying. Wave 3, highest volume, usually happens after that high is taken, right? Where you get the big push towards the upside, because then people realize, oh wait, we might not actually go down anymore. Then eventually in wave 4, after a very big push to the upside, less people are buying, more people are selling. Wave 4 is complex. The market is just doing some distribution, right? And then the wave 5 is where the exhaustion kicks in, where we're already so high, you know, I'm not interested in really buying up here anymore. I want to wait for a retracement, or, you know, those type of thoughts, or people are going to look into shorts as well. So this is in a nutshell the psychology behind those waves. Yeah. Moonboot boy, you better not smash that like button. What's up, Mark? What's up, BB? I can call it a Moonboot boy, BB. Koens, do you think that the last wave down is an ABC? This one here, I'm not counting this like very low time frame. What I look for is the 886, which is touched. So whatever this is, can also be impulsive, of course, but preferably this is your high of 4. You're looking down for a 5, which preferably is then an impulse, right? Potentially, you here have a 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Now looking for a 4 between the golden pocket and the 886, for then a 5 to the downside. So this is just my thought, right? 4, and then 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. And then it depends, by the way, if you're in a C or an impulse down. If you're looking for an ABC, then you want to see this. If you're in an impulse, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. You want another range before continuation. So this 618 will be on our charts for the upcoming videos. If the low is taken. Thanks, Mark. How are you? I'm doing good. My voice has been better today. Yes, I don't know. Last night was, I mean, we were streaming for 5 hours of talking. It's not that I'm playing a game where I can sometimes focus on the game and not really talk. It's a lot of talking, of course. So, but I'm doing good. I have my bottle of water. Still coughing a bit though. I don't have the little Koens emoji next to my name. That's true. Because you don't have the YouTube membership. You went through Patreon. So that's the reason why. Because this is only for people that are that went through the YouTube system. Smack that like, Lurkus. What's up, Savage? Is that Sweden national football team or something, or just random? It is from the national football team, but you can't buy it anymore, or maybe somewhere secondhand. But I received it when I worked with the National Football Federation in the past. So yeah, it's my favorite one. But it is from it's from football, yeah. No, it's actually yeah, so it's actually from the National Football Federation. Looks like alt is enduring on despite being. Is there upside left for alt? Potentially, but I don't really focus on the alts, so I wouldn't really know what's happening at the alt area. But yeah, there's always upside potential, But the question is, will it go down first? But I don't really focus on the alts too much. Gonna get myself one. I bet they have like new editions and stuff as well. There's also a way to use the fib to measure the Elliott. Can you quickly go over where all the educational content is for Diamond members, please? Yeah, I don't really on a live stream want to go in detail for this. But Luis, make sure to check the FAQ. If you check the FAQ, you will know exactly where everything is, but the educational part, right, is teaching content. And then downloads here and everything that has to do with the strategy, PDFs, one-pagers, the rules, all that checkboxes, that's there. Audiobook. I was reading a book actually before the live stream. I'm reading this one. It's my favorite author. This is his third book. I've read them all. MJ DeMarco, The Great Rat Race: Escape from Wage Slavery to Wealth. How to Start a Purpose-Driven Business and Win Financial Freedom for a Lifetime. Sounds very cheesy. It's a great book. I also have Unscripted and The Millionaire Fastlane. That was his first one. Millionaire Fastlane, then Unscripted, and then this one. And he is cutthroat. He's not like, I love his way of telling how to work, how to start a business. It's not like invest the little bit of money that you have in an S&P and hopefully you die rich. It's about building a business and then use investments at a later stage to get yourself a paycheck. But the business is what accelerates your wealth, so that at a younger age you can get a paycheck from your investments, dividends and that sort of stuff. But you don't do that by putting $100 in every month. You do that by starting something of value, then eventually sell the business or whatever, have millions, and then you put it. And it sounds very far away maybe, but business is probably the best way to create or have a better potential of creating wealth. But it's not just doing a business, it's preferably a business that follows a certain amount of guidelines, and that's what he talks about in his books as well. It is called the CENTS model, CENTS. If you look for MJ DeMarco and CENTS, CENTS, you will find what I mean. It's just really good business books, and very cutthroat, very direct, which I really love. I'm Dutch. Only You Can Help Psychology. Oh, the psychology one, that is The Mental Game of Trading by Jared Tendler. What's up, Bettina? How you doing? Welcome. Mugandusi, welcome as well. Good to have you here. What's up, Mez H? I don't know exactly what you mean, Mez H. Kiss his neck and whisper. I better not read that comment. 1 p.m. stream. 1 p.m. That's a good time. 70% of viewers are constrained listening to. I forgot to smash the like button. Look at MBB and Dutch. They're all in. Hey, what's up, True Earthman? How you doing, man? Welcome. Mine's at 14. I don't know, 14 likes. Okay, everyone. In a hetero way, please. How about Bitcoin today? Make sure to check the analysis at the start, but locally probabilities are higher to take the low. Okay, we're going to do a very quick voting. And this is important because now you have an input in the channel. I always try to develop the channel based on your feedback. I don't want to just do something myself. I very much appreciate your feedback and what you like. Now, since the very beginning of the channel, the thumbnails have been very simple. However, Douwe, who is also a designer, he has been absolutely fucking cooking. And out of nowhere, he sent me a message. He's like, yo, Koen, I was doing some work, but eventually I ended up on the couch and I thought, I'm just going to make some thumbnails. We had a little bit of a chat, and there is 4 designs that he at the moment made. And we want your feedback, which one you think is the best. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click away my screen, give them a number, and then I'm going to put on a poll in the chat. Okay, so you have a vote. These are the 4. And don't look at the live, but these are 4 thumbnails. Shit, my webcam is there. These are 4 thumbnails. And only look at the design, not the background and the color. Look at the positioning of the word, my ass over here, the word Elliott Waves. That's what you got to look for, because the background we can easily change. It's the design, right? It's the design. So what I'm going to ask you is to do a vote. So basically what we're going to do is, this is 1, right? This is number 1. This is number 2. This is 3. And this is 4, right? So I'm going to start a poll, and I'm going to say, which design do you like most? And don't look at the background, look at the design, right? I'm going to quickly say the differences. So here, left top, words at the bottom, right? And there is a chart in the background. That's the difference. And my face is on the left, right? The bottom left one here, or the right one, that's a Bitcoin background. The word is now in. You can see 3 have the word. And my big ass face is on the right, okay, with Elliott Wave. Left bottom has the chart as well, but now it has the word, right, as well, and my face. And here, where I have my webcam, my face is a bit smaller, and the rest is pretty much the same, right? Don't look at the background, look at the design, okay? That's what we're trying to figure out here. So, what design do you like the most? Number 1, wait. Left top, right top. I think that's smart to know. Left bottom, right bottom. Guys, this is important because you are going to have a choice here. Start the poll. Ta-da! So don't look at the live, because the live one, we can add that live button anywhere, right? Don't look at the background. We can have another background anywhere, but mainly look at the design. Look at the design, right? So on the right, with big words and Elliott Waves left top, smaller Koen, which is behind my webcam. I should actually remove my smaller Koen, still words. Elliott Waves is a little bit smaller here. Left bottom, where we have a bit of a chart, right? Elliott Waves, Bitcoin, and a big face Koen. And here, Koen on the left, Elliott Waves, Bitcoin, and the chart. This one. So, how can I unfold it? So it is all about the design. It's the design. So it's not about the background. It's about the design. And this is Douwe's work, not my work, right? We're gonna, at the meantime, while you guys are, while you're voting, I actually want to quickly have a look at Bitcoin, but of course we have to wait a minute. So, yeah. But yeah, we gotta It's not the background, right? Because let me show you something else. Let me just show you this for a second, right? If you remember the voting. So look, we have a couple. This is from him, like you see. So we can change the background, right? We can change like, so don't look at the background, look at the model, look at the design, right? As you can see, we even have one without Koen. But I do like to be different than, for example, MCO, you know. So, yeah, you know what I mean? No. We're never going to do the, oh, yeah, look at me, look at my, no. we don't do that. So, also with this one here at the right top, for example, we can just easily change the background. It's not about the colors and stuff. It's about the design is what matters the most. We have an opinion. Of course, I have an opinion. Douwe has a certain opinion. My fiance already mentioned her preference as well, which I will talk to you about in a second. So make sure you put your little vote in up, okay? While we check at the chart, nothing has happened. Still the same. As long as no alarm is going off. Let's wait till that is on 4. I can end the poll. Don't look at the live, right? And I will explain to you in a second which one we are thinking of that has our preference. So again, the background, it's going to be any background. This one here can also be here. So it's not about the background, right? It's about having a chart here, Elliott Waves and the logo at the bottom, and my face on the left. That is what it is about. Here on the right, it's Koen on the right side, big word with Bitcoin, Elliott Waves left top, right? At the bottom, it's small Koen, right? I'm a little bit smaller here, big word of Bitcoin, Koen's Elliott Waves, a little bit smaller at the top. And then left bottom is big Koen, Bitcoin, Elliott Waves at the top. And I will soon explain what our thinking was, our voting as well. So the poll is now on for 4 minutes. So I'm going to close it any second. Don't expect too many to come in. Let me actually have a look at what Bitcoin is doing. No, we're moving down as well, so that is good timing. No, so just know over here in Canva, right? We can just change the Bitcoin. We can change the background. We can just change the background to anything, right? Easy peasy. We can change it to anything, and then we have some other like charts. This is Douwe's work, right? Douwe, he's the brains. I'm just, feedback. So, for example, I think this looks very, very clean. What I do like about, I'll talk about my opinion in a second. I'm not here to influence anyone. So, okay, what's the voting? Okay, whoops. This is what we vote for the ones just coming in. Which do you like the most? Design-wise, not thumbnail-wise, design-wise. And I will do the same in Discord, by the way. I'm going to do a poll on Discord as well. So now we test these 4. And I'm going to then... it's interesting. Left top. And these are... It's pretty like the right top. Very few. Left bottom. A lot more here. So the only difference between left bottom and right top is having candles in the background, by the way. That's the only difference between the two. Because right top does not have candles, left top has candles. That's pretty much the difference. The rest is the same. So I can imagine that left bottom voters arguably are also right top voters, because it's probably not, they probably look at the background, not just the candles. It's difficult to exactly explain, what to look for. But okay, I'm going to make a screenshot here with the voting in the middle. Bloop. There we go. I'm going to save this one. I'm going to end the poll, right? And now we're going to go back to Bitcoin for a second. Whoops. Because it's important. We are here, you know, also for Elliott Waves, of course. Now I'm going to quickly save this. So give me a minute. I'm going to save this in, just save it in my downloads. Voting #1. Okay. Now let's have a little look at Bitcoin, and then there's going to be a second voting. Because now you voted for 2 that were the highest votes and 2 not. So I can remove and then add 2 others that were made, because he made 6. Let me read a little bit about what you said as well, while we are, of course, watching the chart here. Thanks everyone, by the way, for voting. I really respect it. No, not the frequency. I think the frequency is more than enough. If not, it's too much for some, I can imagine. I mean, if you have any designs, I mean, make sure to send me. I'm open to check everything out. Look, I never asked. Dawa was just like, yo, Koen, I made you something. Have a look. You know, I'm just curious what you guys think. Okay, so I can imagine you all have voted. Alako, I'm gonna have to go with bottom right for visual impact. It's about the design. It's the design. Number 2 has the best Bitcoin. Yeah, the colorful. That's true. It's and it's the design, right? It's the. I will share my opinion in a second before we go into voting 2. No open mouth. Elliott Wave emphasis higher than asset. I do believe the combination is important, as you know, I think people Googling or checking crypto, especially look for, yeah, I think Bitcoin is an important element, because people immediately know, this is the thoughts behind thumbnails, of course, that the thumbnail should communicate very directly what people can expect. But I'll share more about my thoughts in a second, and my fiance's as well. Mild close is the way to go. I know. Lucas. Do some more walking. Maybe, you know, very soon you'll have a vote for alts. We need a walking goal, and then if you walk this much, then you get 1 vote. Bitcoin, hey, Flight Vision. He's smart. That's the thumbnail text. Bitcoin. Yeah, exactly. Right bottom, spacing and sizing are the best. I see. I'd actually go bottom right, but with top left Bitcoin. Yeah, but that's the thing. Don't look at the Bitcoin logo. We should have. Wait. I should have asked Dawa to have the same background at every. Why didn't I think about this before? I should have put the same background, or Dawa is the expert, but I should have known to put the same background at all the pictures, so that people don't look at the background but the different design. Holy moly. I think we need to do a voting again at the next stream. Lol. Oops. Because people look at the background, of course, and they're like, oh, I like that background more than that background, so I'm going to click that one. But then it's not about the actual design anymore, of where is Koen positioned versus the text. Now it's more about, oh, but that I like the colorful one. You know what I mean? Oh shit. He's Dutch. What do you expect? I would pick the one with your face. Looks cleaner. Oh, Gabriel, possible scenario 39, 43, 43.5, 37. Holy moly, Gabriel. Are you in Discord? Because you might want to draw this one out for me. 39.3, you're looking for a wave 5. 43.5, you're probably looking for a wave 2 or B. 37, that's then a wave C. Okay, you're looking for an ABC down, then 45.6. Then, so ABC in a W. Yes, W, X, Y. So X goes back to 45.6. Then Y needs to go to 31. The problem is if you have an ABC and W. Oh, no, wait. No, wait. Wave A, 5 waves, 39.3. Wave B to 43.5. Yes. No. Oh, my God. No, wait. You're confusing me. What you say is not possible. You can't, like, unless wave Y becomes a flat, because 39.3 is an impulse, 43.5 is a retracement, 37.2 is another impulse to the downside. That's an ABC. 45.6 is above 43.5. So you need an X, because 45.6 is not high enough to be a flat. So that must be an X. 31K must then be a Y, but because W is a zigzag, Y needs to be a flat. But 31K for Y is possible, but it has to be a flat or a triangle. I don't think you'll make it with a triangle, but you might make it with a flat. But you then have to wick the highs of 45.6 before moving down to 31. So your wave A of the flat has to go very deep. Then wave B takes the high and C moves down to 31K. That is your correction, and then a bigger 4. 51.7 is your high, right? That's the end of 5, and then 11K and the end of C, and 11K is your bear market. So this is how I translate it in actual Elliott Wave terminology, while price took the low. Yay, there we go. Beautiful moment. Very nice. My alarm went off as well. I bet 10 Satoshis. I choose the same one as his fiance. Moonboard Boy, which one did you... did you have 2, or which one did you have? 30K potential. Nice little wick. Shall I share my Bitcoin wallet now or later? La Dawa. Yeah, he's doing good. ABC down to 912. And I would say an impulse is more likely, like a big ABC in that case, with B being a finished zigzag as well. But yeah, those are the bearish targets. But that's the thing. There's no reason yet to talk about 10K, neither is there 100K. We are at 40K, and yes, probabilities are higher to move down, as we explained with the afternoon video, 1 p.m., the most recent one before this one, as well as the morning video, as well as last night. So, you know, the live stream. And we now took the low, so that's nice. And yeah, we continue to observe, no? 46.50. Yeah, that's where we are now. Hannah Rose. Love your second name. Same as my GM, grandma, and daughter. Bitcoin messing up my app. What's up later in the past? You probably hate it. You mean number 2? For me is when you say that. Yeah. No, yeah. The thing is that the change, the difference in design is that on the one, candles are added. But I should redo the voting another stream, but tell Dawa that we need to have the same background at all of the different designs, so that the background is the same and people are not looking at the background, but they actually look at the design. I learned a lesson here. But hey, at least we have one voting, so but yeah, it's a good comment. It's the background needs to be the same, but one has candles, one doesn't have candles, one has a big kun, one has a small kun. You know, that's actually what we have to focus on. But because of course we had 4 or 3 different actual backgrounds, it doesn't the voting doesn't work. So it's a good one. We will redo a thumbnail voting very soon. We're gonna like Dow and I, especially Dow, because he's the designer dude, will continue cooking. Right? It will be done in literally a minute, I believe, very quick. And he will cook, put a bit of salt and pepper in. He's gonna have the different thumbnails, but then with the same background, just a different design of where I am, where is the word Elliott Waves, my logo, maybe extra candles here or not, and then we redo the voting. Who forgot to smash? Yeah, the Elliott Wave background was larger. We have to do 2 separate. I know. Bottom right. Bottom right with the, okay, that's what's your favorite. Wait, bottom right, yeah, that's it's the Bitcoin logo. That's the thing. We don't want to actually look at the logo, but I can imagine extra views but less integrity. Yeah, you can also do clickbait. What happens if a wave 4 slightly overlaps the top of wave 1? The bottom of, well, it depends on the scenario. In a bullish environment, it can overlap with the top of wave 1, but even a tiny overlap for me is an invalidation. Yes. Because we want wave 3 to escape unless it's a double 1-2, or so it doesn't. I'm not thinking about a wave 4 anymore. I'm thinking about a double 1-2, or I'm thinking about a diagonal. Yeah, played out so far. Yeah, that's what you get if you put like 5 different lines on your chart during 5 different live streams, and then when one plays out, you're like, look everyone, I knew a year ago this was gonna happen. You know what I mean? I never look at that stuff. It's just such bullshit. So in general, maybe we do, maybe we don't go down there, but no one, you know, it all depends on local price action. The problem with people that, and there's also some on Twitter that always say like, oh look, I knew this was gonna happen 2 years ago because look at my squiggly line. But then they leave out all the other 100 squiggly lines that they don't upload because, hey, you know. And then the moment price actually like follows one of their 100 squiggly lines, they're like, look at me go. I knew this was gonna happen. Yeah, fuck that. Look, on this channel, we're just real. And all that stuff, that's marketing. That's what you call marketing, right? That's what you call click my whatever link. Look, I knew 5 years before that Bitcoin was going to reject at 69K. Yeah. So, you know, maybe it goes there, maybe it doesn't. But what you don't see are all the other all the other 100 lines that are drawn but not followed. The only ones you see are the ones that are followed. So, yeah, if Bitcoin would have continued to all-time highs, I bet there's another line that someone has drawn and said, "Oh, look, I knew this was going to happen." Yeah, that's not how Elliott Wave works, you know. So, besides, you always need a bullish and a bearish scenario. So, in the end, you always need a squiggly line to the upside and you need a squiggly line to the downside. But if you do not, so if you during a live stream have one line to new all-time highs and one line goes to 10K, and the rest of the year you don't show any Elliott Wave counts or Elliott Wave knowledge or any Elliott Wave whatever, of course there's gonna be one line that's gonna play out, no? Like, you know what I mean? So try it again by uploading 3 videos a day, you know. So, yeah, I'm never a big fan of people that also say, you saw it here first. You gotta follow me because I said it first. Yeah. Important. Anyway, we took the second low over here, which is, oh, here we go. Exactly as predicted. I can imagine some people like, you know, voice recording it and then putting it on Twitter, making a clip. But yeah, anyway, the low is taken. Let's get back to serious now. So the low got taken here. We, of course, observed the reaction. Probabilities locally played out. No. So that is good to see, but now we have to wait and see if we can get something going here. Now with this 0.618, this one now moves, right? You can see that the 0.618 is taken from this high to the low. But now because this low is taken, we need to switch this one. We have to move it from this high to wherever the low is going to be before we start ranging again, right? So as price is having a bit of a move, let me actually remove the 618 to avoid confusion, because we need to wait for a range again, right? As price is moving to the downside, and it does so on a little bit of volume here, right? Increasing volume. What we need to do is again wait for a range and then reassess probabilities. The probabilities didn't change throughout the range. To take the low, we had that 886 touch over here, which was a sign of what was to come regarding the 886 probabilities, right? So this range has now played out and we observe the reaction. Also makes me think, by the way, yeah, no interest. Poof. Where were we? Where were we? Thanks, Mark. Okay, Mark came out with the guns. We call it the Dutch cannon. He had several counts, of course. Yeah, but that's the thing. I want to know your thoughts about this scenario. Oh, by the way, Shadow Jacker, of course, that's nothing against you, right? It's just against people that tend to draw the line. So, yeah, this scenario is, of course, possible. But that's also a scenario we have been covering here for the past months. So it is the macro bearish scenario where on a weekly time frame, we have been like talking about this for months, and every week I make on Sunday night 7 p.m. Central European time, I upload an update of my macro, bullish and bearish Elliott Wave scenarios. This is the bearish one. So yeah, but of course for the bearish scenario you also have the bullish scenario, and then it's about the probabilities, right? And that is, of course, what we focus on with the different scenarios. I also spoke about probabilities in the previous video on the high time frame. What is important is that over here, the wave B hit the 382. This retracement was a 382 retracement. This is a bit more common for B compared to a wave 2. The 382 is common for B, less common for a wave 2, right? Slightly increases probabilities for the potential of a wave C. However, we don't yet know if it is a wave C because we do not have the confirmation, because this being an impulse to the downside has also still different bullish counts. So what we need to look for is an impulse down, a retracement, and then see if we get a wave C or a wave 3. And that is what's then going to impact the probability. So it's all about the retracement, because the bearish scenario is the ABC. But then for every bearish, you also have over here a bullish scenario, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, also a retracement. And you have the double 1, 2, which would of course be insanely bullish. And that's the problem with all the squiggly lines. Probably he also has a line that does this, you know. So at the moment, from an Elliott Wave point of view, you do not yet know what you get. Of course, not you as in Shadowjacker, but general Elliott Wave terms. Yes, the probabilities are slightly higher for a wave C because of the 382 touch here, but you want to see local confirmation. We already have an impulse to the downside at the moment, right? At least if it's not going to turn in a flat. So you want to see locally another 4 and 5, right? So you want to see another range and another drop minimum for an impulse preferably. So you want to see an impulse, eventually a retracement, and the retracement will give us the info together with the next move down of what's going to be the highest probability. Are we going to have an ABC move back up? 1, 2, 3. Well, then we go down, right? Deeper retracement. Are we going to have a WXY? There's still so many possibilities. So that's also the beauty of Elliott waves, that yes, we have probabilities, but we want to see local confirmation, else it's just fear, and we can't trade fear or hype. I mean, we can usually counter trade it, but yeah, this is exactly what he does. He has several counts, but then he uploads one. And probably when Bitcoin continues to the upside, he uploads another one. You know what I mean? Yeah. I know. Thanks, Moonboot Boy and Dutch. You guys are going ham, eh? And Gals, sorry, Hannah. Well, in the end, we never know if it's a lady watching, a man, or someone that identifies as something else. So I tend to just stay with the username, the safest option. Based off your TA, where do you see us closing the next 4-hour candle? Make sure to check the beginning for the analysis, because at the moment price took the low, and now you just wait to see the reaction, because the probabilities have already played out. And now we wick the first low, we still have another low here, and then we go down to the yellow support pretty much. That's the thing. You don't know how low price is gonna go. The probabilities have already played out, which was more downside. Now we got more downside, and then we observe what price is gonna give us, right? At the moment locally here, based on the first low that it wicked now, there's not a lot of support, right? It wicked it over here, minimal reaction, went back down again, right? So that increases probabilities to look for the next low, which is at 41.50, and then we observe again. For a flat scenario, this would also be your maximum target if you are looking for a flat to the upside in a bigger A, B, C. If you look for an impulse, you don't want it to hold, because in an impulsive structure you're looking for 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. You're still looking for another range and then a wave 5 down. So what is important here is this one, the 0.618. As price is moving to the downside, and it can go as far as it wants to go, right? We are going to move this one with price to the downside. And we eventually want to see another range in a wave 4 that does not hit the 618. That is what we're looking for, which is pretty much discount. So this wave 4 has now played out, right? So we can remove this one, or we can remove the fib time. And then we are looking for 5. Now we're going to keep an eye on the volume. What we want to see is a wave 5 on lower volume than wave 3. So a new low on lower volume. That's what we're looking for. At the moment, that's the case. But hey, the move is not yet finished, is it? So we got to wait and see. We're looking for a 5. Can stop here, can stop here, can stop lower. We don't know, right? We don't know how low it wants to go. The only thing we knew when price, even here already, started ranging is that probabilities are higher to take the low. So ideally, this was your area for a position. So we're just waiting for the move to finish to create a range. The moment another range is created, we are going to be looking for the blue 4. So we don't know when the range is going to be created. We're just going to be patient and see when it will be created. And then what we do, right? Imagine that this 5 and 3 is going to end on the yellow box, and we start ranging here over the weekend. The weekend is coming. This is perfect timing. Usually the weekend, of course, is a ranging structure. So imagine this is your low and we're going to start ranging throughout the weekend. Then you're going to put 5 here. You're going to put wave 3 here. Your wave 4 is now not allowed to hit this. Let me put it on the lower edge of the box. Your wave 4 is not allowed to hit this 618. So we are looking for a range and another move to the downside where preferably it doesn't hit the 0.618. And then we're looking for another 5 to the downside. If this move to the downside here is going to go down on higher volume than this move here, we are going to be looking for an extension of wave 3, meaning this wave 4 is going to go, this wave 3 is going to go down. So we're going to be looking for an even bigger move because most commonly the highest volume move in an impulse is wave 3 of 3. So that is how things change based on the volume. But at the moment, this is the volume, not yet similar to the peaks that we had over here. So we got to remain patient. So we can also remove the upper line, which gave no reaction at all, of course. We can remove this key level as that is not relevant anymore. And now we have these levels to keep an eye on. Now I will also put the daily naked point of control, this one on the chart, just to see if it will do anything, yes or no. And we are just going to see if price gives us any bounce. More locally though, and that is quite interesting, we can count another 1, 2, 1, 2. I don't know if this is another 1, 2 or potential 4, but seeing the volume, potentially there's another 1, 2 here, for then a 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, 5 before finishing your 3. So this could be quite a little move to the downside based on if those are 3 1 2s, it might be quite juicy. But by all means, what we're going to wait for is another range. Just like with the live stream yesterday when we were live during this part, right? During the move to the downside, pretty much from here till the bottom. We wait for a range, and the range will give us all the information that we need. And with the range forming, when I woke up in the morning, right, and I made my morning video, the probabilities were higher to move to the downside. Reason being the 3-minute 886 touch. Increasing probabilities to move up is corrective, not impulsive. Increasing probabilities to move down. And then we had some bearish CVD divergences building as well, just to add on top of it. So yeah, and now we move to the downside. So that is pretty much what we are looking for from an Elliott Wave point of view. Which is very nice. Damn, I don't know where I am anymore. Wait. So yeah, why no one talks about Wyckoff distribution? Because I'm not sure how many people use Wyckoff. I don't use it myself, but I know that Douwe has shared some screenshots about the Wyckoff distribution in Discord, which has played out nicely indeed. Was very well done. Value area low PEM set. Oh boy. I don't know how many likes were on. I usually don't really check the numbers, but 55 it says. Is it possible to touch 4150, then pump to 46,500, then pump to bear, dump to bear? 4150. Well, based on how low this, so that's the you can only in a flat. So then you are not looking for an impulse, you're looking for this. Now we are below the common target for a flat, by the way. 10618 is still a target. However, this looks like an impulse, which means that you're still looking for a wave 4. Meaning 1, 2, 3, and eventually you still want to see a 4 and a 5. As long as you don't see a range that is quite similar to this one, the probabilities are higher to just continue down. So can you? Yes. But probability-wise, the probabilities aren't yet too great. It's holding. The 1.618 would be a max target for a B. It's on top of this liquidity grab. It's a low from the previous range, right? The big range that we're in. But if you look at the volume, which is increasing, price is moving to the downside, parabolic, but the other way around, you know, like this, right? You want to see that broken. You want to see a range still before actually hitting the 1.618. So it's yeah, probabilities, of course. Time to reveal the surprise. There is my first time talking to another country. I've sent you the link of surprise, and you don't forget to show it to your fiance. Is it something I can show on stream or not show on stream? That's a good. Thanks for your surprise, Dux Trader, and the work that you put into it, as I know you did. But of course, I have no idea what it is. Could we drop to 37? We could. ICT or Elliott waves? Elliott waves. 5 waves down from 43.5. 43. Yes. That would be the impulsive scenario, right? That's this one. Correct. So in this case, you're still looking for 5 and 3 to finish. Then you get another 4, and then you get another 5. And then you would, based on the question just now, you could move to 37. Yes. And you want to invalidate the flat scenario. You want to really move down. So never be married to your position of, no financial advice, but never be married to a position if the chart gives us information that changes your bias. You got to change the bias. No. But at the moment, we're going down on increasing volume, which is wave 3 behavior. So we just remain patient here. Yo, Dawa. I I got some feedback with regards to the thumbnail designs. We forgot, and I didn't think about it, to just put the same background at all of the designs, because the designs are not about the background. They're about where is Koen, where's the Koen's logo with the text Elliott Waves, where is the Bitcoin text, and the one has candles in the background, the one doesn't. But it's about the picture. We should have had the same picture background at all of the thumbnails so that people can compare the design instead of looking at the background as well, if you know what I mean. Because of course we have a colorful one and a black one, and then it's like people vote also for the colorful. It's not the design anymore. You know what I mean? So we learn. Yeah. I noticed it while we were voting. I was like, oh shit, and people mentioned it as well. So we got to redo the voting by having the same background. So we completely annihilate the voting for the favorite background, basically. What's up, Earthman? Best of all, thanks to you, I'm calm as never before during such actions. Fact, today 3 trades, 3 wins. We do love to hear that. Congrats, Earthman. That's what I like to hear. Keep it up, bud. Keep it up. You had a nice day. And also, at times, of course, also no financial advice, but I know if I have a big winner or a winning streak that is building, I also like to have a break, just to avoid becoming greedy or knowing, quote unquote, how the market is moving, which of course you don't, but you start to feel like you know, which of course is dangerous. A good quote by Jones, what's that guy? 1 second. What was the name again? Paul Tudor Jones, a great quote from him is that the biggest losers come after your biggest winners. You heard it here first. Let's go 35K. What's up, Ching Wang? Ching Wang? Rafael, how you doing? Hey, Block Capital has a lot of bits to range. The heat map. High block, yeah. 38, yeah, that's pretty much this area, which of course is, I can imagine it's understandable because of the big point of controls in this area, the very big, like this is a weekly 2022 yearly range point of control here. So it's an interesting, absolutely an interesting area. Yes. Koens, when you finish a last wave 5 of a C, makes me think I should say that a wave C can end on high volume. It actually does very often. Great example. This is a C, which ended on high volume here as well. Also on the lower time frames. That's what I'm saying. Here as well. This one as well. We had decreasing volume, right? A little bit. However, we never got a wave 4 and a 5. The last move had the highest volume. Then you want to see a 4 and a 5 on lower volume. Higher high, lower. But we didn't. And that is typical wave C behavior as well, where you end on high volume. Which can, and that is why we keep an eye on the 618 a lot on this channel, so you will see it on my video. Because if you look, right, A, B, C, 1, 1, 2, 3. The structure is the same. The difference is that in the impulse, you're looking for a 4 and a 5. In a C, you're likely to go down because it's a corrective structure. So you're looking for the low to be taken. And this is why it's so important to then take a fib from the low of 2 to the high of 3 and toggle on the 618, which is an invalidation for a wave 4. The moment you touch this, probabilities increase, it's a C and you go down sooner or later. If you get a range similar to the size of this one or longer, because a wave 4 tends to be longer than wave 2, not hitting the 618 and then moves up later, preferably on lower volume, then we could have an impulse, wave 5 finished, and then we can have a deeper retracement. So the 618 has a very big and important role in identifying an ABC versus a impulse. The next wave should be a correction, and then you begin a wave 1, 2. Oh, I should keep drinking. That depends, George, because when an ABC finishes, a zigzag, the next wave, if the zigzag is the end of the correction, the next wave can indeed be a beginning of an impulsive structure. So you want to see a diagonal, double 1, 2, or an impulse. However, after an ABC, of course, you can also go into other corrective structures because your ABC zigzag can be a wave W in a bigger WXY. Which means you're going to start wave X, which does not have to start with an impulse per se. It can also start with a flat. So you get a 3-5 or a 3-3-5. So it's just the 618 is important after a wave C. And of course, if you count a zigzag and you start with impulses, preferably some bullish CVDs, it increases probabilities for at least a solid move back to the upside, but it's by no way guaranteed yet you're going to go for a new impulse to much higher prices if we have a zigzag down, because you might still be in another zigzag to the upside for a wave X, for example. I would not recommend looking at the 4-hour bullish CVD here. Best CVD time frame is below 30 minutes. So 30, 15, 5, 3. Reason is that even though you may have bullish CVDs here, if you keep building bearish CVDs locally, local CVD is always most important, which we had over here, bearish CVD, which has played out. So what you want to see when you use CVD is you want to see local support, meaning a bounce and bullish CVD locally. As long as you have the bullish CVD on the 4-hour, but locally you continue to build bearish CVD divergences with every bounce, we're just going to be looking for price to do this. So I would recommend to keep an eye on the 15, 5, 3 minute time frame, but preferably when price is moving like this, I at least want to see a solid bounce before anything. With this current 5, of course, we are not yet sure it's a 5, but probabilities are on the side of a 5. Can we predict where it ends based on wave 1? But the wave is already much longer. There's different ways of calculating a wave 5. Let me show you. One of them has the target in a golden box, by the way. Okay, so everyone, we're looking, right, for then a 5-wave structure to the downside. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's what he's saying, right? That's what we're looking for in that case. So if we're looking for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, this is how you get to targets. The first target is a normal Fibonacci from the low of 3 to the high of 4. Toggle on the 1.236 and the 1.618. This is a target area. Let me actually clean the chart just a little bit. So that's 1. The second one is a trend-based fib from the start of 1 to the end of 1 to the end of 4. Toggle on the 1 to 1. That's another one. The third one, trend-based fib from the start of 1 to the end of 3 to the high of 4, 0.618. Last one, channel from the high of 2 to the high of 4 to the low of 1. But I don't really like to use channels, to be honest. So I always like horizontals more. I don't know, I never found the channels too useful. However, if wave 3 is quite similar in length to wave 1, take a trend-based fib from the high of 1 to the low of 1 to the high of 2. Toggle on the 1 to 1. Wave 3 is not extended, didn't hit the 1.618, right? It's like, this is like an extended target. This is pretty meh for wave 3. It does open the door for a wave 5 to be extended, which means that a wave 5 could have much lower targets than what you see here. And I believe it doesn't happen often, from the start to the low to the start here. And then I think it was the 1.618 or something. $31.2K would then be an absolute max target. Quickly double checking. I think I did the correct pull because it's so rare. I don't often pull an extended 5. But from the high to from the start of 1 to the end of 3 to the high of 4. Yes. So that would give you an absolute max for your first structure at 31.1. So it was still somewhere in my brain that the pull was from the start of 1 to the end of 3 to the high of 4, but you rarely see an extended 5. It's not that common because wave 3 usually is very extended, so I had to think for a little, but we made it. So yeah, that is so this area here is then 40.9 to 38.8. But if you get an extended 5, of course you're looking for much bigger structures to the downside here if you want to go down there, you know. So at the moment we are not yet really thinking about that. We are looking for an extended 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Eventually we look for a 5, and then another 4, and then another 5, right? And then eventually we expect this to be finished and then get a retracement to the upside. So yeah. Let's see if I can go through things quicker. You do a great job explaining. Best I've seen on YouTube. Thanks for sharing your knowledge with us. Pleasure, Skibby. Welcome to the channel as well, and thanks for writing your first comment and message on this channel, because as far as I know, it's your first one as well. So thanks for saying that, man. Welcome. It's very kind of you. Kenny with the goat pics. Are you counting goats, Kenny, for bedtime tonight? Voice sounds better. Honey tea worked. A lot of water worked. It's almost finished. I gotta keep drinking. Did you consider trading Forex somewhere else before you decided to trade Bitcoin? No. The first tradable industry I got in touch with is crypto. I never got in touch with anything else than crypto, and then the first thing I did was trading crypto. Yeah. So I have never ever put a trade on in the Forex market or anything else except cryptocurrencies. Are you trading these moves? Yes, from the move to the downside, there has been a couple of trades that were according to my plan and strategy, yes. Dawa, not stopping. That's what we like to hear, right? We are not stopping. Holy shit. Oh, we are almost there. Yes, you can show it. Okay, 1 second. I just want to make sure we are safe. So I'm now opening the present of Dutch Trader. So Dutch Trader, right, in chat, where is he? Dutch Trader, right? He is also a designer for a couple of years now, I believe, right? And he's been on the channel for a short while now. And so apparently I am the first ever person he spoke to, which is from another country. Spoke, of course, quote unquote, because it's kind of like one-way direction, you know what I mean? But as a fan of the channel, he made a surprise, and he put some work in the surprise, and he now sends the surprise. So we are gonna check the surprise. We have a wallpaper, special logo, and a surprise banner. This is so kind of you, man. This is insane. Of course, I have no idea what we're gonna see. But before I'm even opening, I want to thank you, Dutch Trader, for the effort that you have put in, right? This is really cool. Okay, number one, the surprise banner. Ah, you've checked my social media. Really good. Really good. Crypto Trader, Elliott Wave Trader, live analysis. Nice Bitcoin logo in my name, trading. We got to do a voting here as well with probably another time as Bitcoin, of course, moves, doing a range. Very, very nice. Impressive way of positioning. 7 a.m., 1 p.m., 7 p.m. daily Bitcoin updates. I like you put my... I'm not wearing the relax shirt. I had it last night. Really cool. Chat, what do you think? Kun looks sad. Yeah. Let me quickly look what price is doing. Really, really cool, Dutch Trader. So, look, I have not asked anything. This is pure kindness. Putting time in doing this. This is amazing. Okay, what do you think, Chad? What do you think? You gotta have the current banner and this banner. You look like Elon Musk. Oh boy. Yeah, this is from a speaking gig that I did. Koen special logo. Probably gold as well. This is also from another speaking gig, which was in America, Pebble Beach. That is where I spoke. That's where he took the picture from. So that is where it comes from. Really cool. I think this is like one of the backgrounds that I sometimes use. Custom-made wallpaper. Work on your today. That's a good quote. That's a phone wallpaper. Work on your today, I suppose, with a chart in the background, some money as well. Really cool, Dex Trader. Thanks so much for your generosity in time of spending time on doing this for a random guy on the internet. You know what I mean? I'll send you a message on Telegram as we've been chatting there. So I'll reply to you on Telegram as well. Amazing, man. Thanks. Really, really cool. Is he in chat? Man, it's so kind that people like Douwe as well, Dux Trader, Arbisni Sok, they just out of generosity make something. Like the most expensive asset in life is your time, and they put time in making something with their knowledge and their effort, which is incredible. So thanks a lot, Dux Tracer. That's really cool. So Dux, this guy, he's the one that made the wallpaper, the logo, and the banner that I just showed as well. So Dux Trader, yeah, exactly. Incredible work, man. I'll reply to you later, Dux Trader, right, in Telegram as well. Thanks a lot, mate. I really appreciate it. That's incredible. Also, Douwe sitting on the couch and he's like, yeah, I had some time. Let me make you some thumbnails. And like, now we chat about thumbnails. Abusni Sok, he's like, yo, Koen, I saw you did some shorts in the past, but you haven't really done them recently. You know, can I try make a short and send you, and then we can have a chat? And I'm like, of course, you know, send me a design and we'll have a look and see how things might continue. Yeah, I love the proactivity as well. I really, and that's what entrepreneurship pretty much is, right? It's proactivity. It's problem solving, but also proactivity, which I really enjoy, but I did not expect. So yeah, really, really cool. Are you in a position right now? And if not, what exactly are you waiting for to start a long or short? I never really generally talk about my positions and if I am in or not in, because I don't like to influence people with, you know, what they might do, because I am in something, they may be in something. But I can talk about the second question, is that if I am waiting to enter a position, I have a certain set of rules that I need to check. So I have 7 rules that, so let's a little bit before. So I have developed, for also people here that are new, which I can recommend, I have developed my own personal trading strategy over the years by tracking a lot of data using my favorite tools. Put things together, more data, improving it, data, trading it. Works very nicely. Nowadays, Diamond is also trading my strategy, or they develop their own strategy with the same steps that I have followed to develop mine. So you know, I have different Excel sheets and everything for that. So I have my strategy, which is based on data. So I trade data. I don't trade emotion. Oh, I think it goes up or down. No, I know that based on seeing these different things, the probabilities of me winning are this. The probabilities of being profitable after 100 trades is this. My win rate with the best profitability is this. My stop loss should always be there. Lots of data. My most profitable day is this. My most profitable session, my most profitable times during the day, like all that info, I have it. And I have 7 entry requirements that need to be checked for me to enter a position. So, and my strategy does require patience, as I am not someone that catches a high or a low. So I like to wait for more info. I'll create some exotic ones. Yeah, it doesn't even have to be exotic, of course, Douwe. Just very, like, as long as the background is the same. But of course, as I am live, I can't change the background myself by just removing and copying one and then just putting it behind the other design. It's more that the backgrounds are the same so that people can vote on the design instead of having the influence of the background. price action is only for skilled traders at the moment. I mean, in general, trading, I recommend you need at least a certain foundation, but any price action can be traded, of course, by anyone if you have a plan or a strategy. But by the time you have your personal developed trading plan, you will be experienced, because it takes months, if not years, usually plus 1 year or more, to develop a very solid trading plan. And of course, in that time, you build a lot of experience and knowledge as well. So it like goes hand in hand in a way. Your strategy doesn't have to be very complex. If you like trend lines and patterns, you can build a great strategy with trend line, patterns, VWAP, Fibonacci. But if you want to have more complex stuff, then you can also use order flow or the DOM or whatever it is, the heat maps, anything, RSI, stochastic, whatever it is that makes you become a profitable trader. And on the channel, and everyone here also respects the technical analysis of someone else, because you might not do the same as me. But if you are profitable with your strategy, that's amazing, right? So if people trade trend lines, patterns, order flow, Fibonacci, whatever it is, we always have to respect someone else's analysis, because if they do good, then who are we to say it's not, We don't have to convince someone else of our way of trading. The nice thing about trading is that there's like a million different ways, if not more, to make profit. Ahmed Mert, nice to see you. Good to have you here as well. My next girlfriend will be a winner. That's what I like to hear, Mark Dutch. Any recommendation on where to start learning about trading? Yes. There is 6 steps that I recommend you. Are you ready, chat? Oh, by the way, before I start with step 1, just reading like online about stuff helps. But okay. Step 1, and I'll do it quickly. Step 1, try as many free tools as you can in TradingView, and I'll do a little extra is also read about stuff. So read stuff about online candlestick patterns, Fibonacci, Elliott waves, or whatever, right? Read about the tools as well if you don't fully understand them. But 1, use as many free tools as you can. 2, combine the tools. Sorry. Oh my God. I've said it so often, I'm now confused. 1, try as many free tools as you can. 2, choose your favorite tools and build statistics on your favorite tools. 3, combine the tools and build statistics on the combination. 4, tweak and adjust, add something, remove something, right? Build more statistics to see if you can improve your win rate, risk to reward ratio, right? 5, start trading your strategy with a low amount of money and work on your trading psychology. And then 6, up your budget slowly, because you will get used to the winners very quickly, but you will not get used to the losers very quickly. And that is what will fuck with your mindset, with your trading psychology. Follow these 6 steps, guaranteed profitable trader. Like there's no other way. If you trade based on statistics and you can control your trading psychology, there's literally no reason why you cannot be a long-term profitable trader creating a business from trading. The biggest problem is that many people don't want to track statistics, because that's the boring part. That's what you don't see. That's what happens in the background. It's the back testing, the forward testing, the constant Excel sheets full of data and data and data and data. Then you combine it and you start back at 0, because now you tweaked your strategy and you start again with 0 data. That is the part that is most difficult. It's not the trading. Trading is easy. You click buy, you click sell. What's very difficult is to develop a strategy which will give you a long-term, which will give you long-term profitability. instead of I think it goes down or up, or based on emotion, because we don't want to trade like that. So my recommendation is these 6 steps, and it does help if you read a bit about the industry, or you go to Binance Academy and you read some articles about the industry, and go to like I don't know, like different websites, Investopedia, where you can read stuff as well, just to increase your general knowledge. It will help. We are just about to complete a 5-5 on a 1 hour from 49k high. Yes, we still have the potential for a flat, right? So that is true, and we continue to observe the reaction, right? A little bit of a move, but yeah, we just wait patiently, see what price is giving us. No, best thing to do is wait for a range to form. Of course, we don't have a range yet, so yeah, we just patiently wait and see. Okay, now I gotta, with all my explanation, I gotta go quicker. Pop. Stop. Koens is 38k strong support. Well, I mean, the upper area, 39, 38 high, yes, like 38.6, 39k is at least proper support. We have traded through it once on the way up, but it remains strong support with the point of control. But below that, I don't have much. Then it's like 37 pretty much. For us, we're not Elliott Wave literate. How far down are we going? Pretty much for the not Elliott Wavers, wait for a range. Wait for a range to form. If you don't know about Elliott Waves, then there's only 2 things that you want to look for now. The first one is you take, on the 15-minute this is, right? You take a fib from the high, this one, to the current low, and you toggle on, where is it? The 618. And the second thing is you just wait for a range. Probabilities. If price moves up and hits the 0.618, probabilities increase to continue because of a flat structure. That still is a possibility, as we didn't go yet deep enough to invalidate it, really. So that's 1. 2, we are waiting for a range. This range also is not allowed to hit the 618, right? But then if we get a range, we are potentially looking for a wave 4, which is usually a range, right? And what day is it today? I forgot. Friday. So the weekend is coming up, lol. Which is beautiful for a bigger range. Usually the weekend is a ranging structure, so that increases probabilities of a range pretty much. But if we get a range, right, then the probabilities of seeing another move down are high. As long as you don't hit the 618. This is the important level, right? As long as you don't hit this, probabilities are higher to move down pretty much. And we're not in a business to try and catch the low and get a nice screenshot from Twitter with the 200x leverage $1 trade. But we're here to trade the 30, 40, 50, 60%, 70% of the move. That is what we're trying to do. And that's where the money is created, unless, of course, it's part of your plan to enter. Usually you would use order flow or something with volume or ticks on a very, very low time frame to enter with snipes. But from an Elliott Wave point of view, right, preferably 50-minute or higher. John in Discord, he does count on the 1 minute as well. But then you want to see certain market structure changes, a 5-wave impulsive structure, of course. So yeah, we got to remain patient at the moment. Wait for a range or the 0.618. Ahmed Mert, wait. Okay. Mark is at it again, eh? I can't keep up anymore. Mark Dutch. Man, thanks again for the 5. Holy moly. Like, you started the new year with a bang. It's not the first time you've done it. Thanks, Mark, for the support. That's incredible. And Dutch Trader, nice, also got one. Rafael, Dutch Trader, Adrian Marius, Viking Norway, and Christina Galvis send me an email to koenstrading@outlook.com, koenstrading@outlook.com, because the gifts are very likely, usually, right, bronze, but I will bump you up to silver, because bronze doesn't give you anything, and I do like gifters, I suppose, to or gifted people to at least have something. So send me an email and I can put you in the silver group, right? Which is the shorter term updates, and occasionally we do a stream, but not too often. So send me a message. Thanks Mark, man. This guy. Thanks, Mark. What a man. I am so far behind. I got a quick, okay, only short answers. Only short answers. The speed and accuracy of his mouse clicks. True gamer. He knows. What's up, those? He knows. Yep. You got a gamer here with a gamer mouse as well. We don't just catch the lows, wait for structure and make a decision. I used to buy my nails every 2 minutes. Yeah, we wait for more confirmation unless you have confirmation. But from an Elliott Wave point of view, there's not yet. Nordic Bloodline. My hands are not that big, actually. Maybe on the webcam or something they look big, right? But, I mean, bear market again. This is more emotion speaking, I think. So at the moment, we only had a drop from 49 to 40. Structured drop as well, where eventually we're going to be looking for a retracement to the upside. There is no need to think about 10K. There's also never a need to think about 100K. The best thing you can do is look in the area where price is now, right? Between 35 and 45K. That is where we are at. If on the higher time frames things change, of course, I will always talk about the probabilities of these scenarios like I always do, right? In my videos as well, on the daily, the weekly. Earlier today we spoke about the weekly, but you want to look for low time frame weakness before we start talking about 10K. And so far this move down, yeah, it looks impulsive for now, but it can still be a wave A and not just a wave 1 and then a 3 for much lower prices. So we are definitely not yet in a bear market. If you zoom out to the weekly, you'll quickly realize as well. So I would recommend to just remain neutral, right? Just observe price action for what it is, where we look at probabilities. But at the moment, there's no reason yet to think about 10K or 100K. Else you're likely to fall for the emotional roller coasters. 69K, we go to 500K, with the Moon Boys and Plan B and all that stuff. Like, in the end, we were down at 15K. So, yeah. Kurt Kaz, the trader version. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Rumors say someone forgot to smash the like. What's up, MBB? MBB and Mark, they're like the cheerleaders of the channel at the moment. Any thoughts about ICOSA? I don't really cover alts, but also not in this stream because it's interesting to keep an eye on Bitcoin, which is the main theme as well of the channel. However, we're going to do a very, very big alt stream coming up, 6 hours or something. We're planning to break the record of longest stream on this channel, which is 5. So 6 hours of altcoins, and we're just going to go through all the altcoins as long as the 6-hour timer is not ticked. 2 questions. What importance do you give to the fact that the medium time 4 hour is changing market structure if we take this loss low? Nothing just yet, because the move to the downside can still be a wave C of a flat, and then you're going to go back up to 55K. But it can also be a wave A of an ABC going down to the mid 30s or the low 30s before moving up to 55k. Or it can be a 1, 2, 3 and you're going to go down to much lower prices. Likely you're going to go to bear markets, yes. But it depends on the retracement. So on the 4-hour, market structure changing here, no problem, right? You can still have an ABC flat and move up. But then you want to see an impulse to the upside. If you get a corrective structure to the upside, then we're looking for continuation down. But then the question is, do we get an ABC 535 and then we go back up? Or a 1, 2, 3? We don't know yet, because that depends on the move down, and also the length in time of 2. So that requires patience. But at the moment, the market structure change does not do much yet, because we need to wait for the retracement, and the retracement will give us the clarity. Most of the alts look like sharp zigzag coons. What's your opinion? Yeah, not covering alts at the moment. You mentioned already yesterday that a wave 5 down 43.5 that we reject. It was taken too long. So assuming that it would be extended fifth, how well, the extended 5 target would be 31.1k, so it can be very long. Because if a wave 5 is extended, right, the time can be much longer than a wave 1. Yeah. But at the moment, there's not yet a reason to think about such a big extended 5 because of the volume. This currently has the highest amount of volume. We are now making a lower low and lower volume. That is wave 5-ish behavior. So as long as price is moving down but the volume is not increasing, the probabilities are higher you're going to end an impulsive structure, and eventually you're going to look for a retracement back towards the upside. But we still expect a range 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5, like another 4 basically, at least based on the structure that we have. But that is why I have the 0.618 on my chart, which is important to potentially invalidate a wave 4. So yeah, wave 1 and 3 are quite similar in length, but you have the flat scenario as well in an ABC, of course, where this is your 1, this is your 5, similar in length, in time and price, where you could have an ABC and then move back up. But because then of the length of this corrective structure, higher probabilities, this is an A, this is a B, and you go down for a C because of time, which is this scenario. A01 finished, A, B, C, more probability it's a wave B because of time, go down, higher probability in a wave C because of the time of the corrective structure. At the moment, we are not yet out of the flat target area. We are still inside the flat target area for a wave B. So, you know, which is till the 1.618. So arguably it's this area. So for an impulse, you still want to see another range and another move down. For a flat, you want to see price moving to the upside and hit the 618. Yeah. Good questions, Bruno. Good questions. Of course, the most bearish scenario is that this was a 2 or a B, but it hit the 236 Fibonacci from the high, which is very rare for a 2 or a B, so it's never preferred. And then this has to be a wave C or a wave 3. But volume would, at the moment, not really suggest that yet. So I have team. Well, aha, you smart, Dutch. That's good. Working with a team. Last time I opened a file from a Dutch guide was Mark's. Oh boy. Oh. Bitcoin collapse about to get worse. Always remain a neutral point of view, right? We're trading the chart, not our emotions. Trade what you see, not what you think. The font is difficult to read due to the same color and is not optimal, but design is nice. That could be a gift on its own already. Gift from India. Nice work, Dutch. Dutch, oh yeah, and then you said Dutch, yeah. The O would be cool, but for anyone that doesn't know it, looks like it's spelled Kibetz. Indian people are very hospitable folks. I was in Igatpuri and Mumbai in 2023. Ah, you visited India, Rafael. How was it? I've never been there yet. We haven't dropped more since. I don't really see much support at 40k. Yeah. It's like, same here. We had a very slow, controlled grind to the downside. Right. So it's all very controlled so far. Good to see the support for you, Dux Trader, as well, eh? Great to see. You can't spell money with an O. Money. So is my neighbor's crippled though. Please stay away from the open mouth thumbnails. Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you realized yet, but my personality is a little different than the personalities you're talking about. Oh, there's no way. One open mouth thumbnail, complete exactly with neon letters just to put a middle finger towards all the clowns in crypto space. Nah, it will hurt my dignity and the people that are trusting me. Yeah, they're like, wait, is this a video from Koens? When they like see it on YouTube, they see the thumbnail on their homepage or something. They're like, wait, is this the same guy? Emergency Bitcoin dump. Yeah, exactly. My new thumbnail is gonna be like Bitcoin bear market started, 10k next. You know, and when we move up again for like $1,000, I say 100k incoming, buy now. You know, yeah, that's what we do. What's your prediction in 1 month? Counting in my head, so 1 month. I would say between 1 second. Let me have a quick look here. At least have an educated 1 week. One month in 4 weeks. I think you might like pretty much at the same level. I would say in the 40s. So impulsive move down, eventually looking for a retracement, but retracements usually, you know, can take a short while. But then if we're looking for an ABC or potentially 1, 2, 3, you're then looking for price to move down again. So I would say arguably you're going to be looking for the area where we are pretty much, you know, I think in the 40s, not the 30s. So 40, 40, 44, 45, 43, you know, little bit of also depends if we go up now, by the way. That's the thing, if we have an impulse or a flat. Because if we're looking for a flat in an ABC, then by next month we're going to be in the lower 30s. Probably mid low 30s, mid 30s. So it depends if we have an impulse here or a flat, pretty much. So far, a little bit of a decent move. Oh damn, I need water. Else my voice is gonna crank again. Any news on the BT? Yeah, no, except that it was the high, which was beautiful. But I want to learn Elliott Wave as well. Hannah Rose, if you want to learn Elliott Waves, I definitely recommend starting with the free sources in the description, which is just Elliott Wave websites, just public websites. And those websites are very, very useful. So those are just public websites. You can also Google yourself. But those are, especially the first one, bit.ly/Elliott Wave Detailed, is the one that I think is one of the best. And then study it like you're at university. And if you want more guidance or feedback, or then you can always join the Gold membership, which is an Elliott Wave course, and we always have a weekly feedback and Q&A session, and you can easily follow that course in a month, and then you're just member for a month, and you go diamond, silver, or you go out. How to set up FIP time? Could you please show us on the chart how to? I did the same last time. It's in the previous stream. So very short, because I explained exactly the same in the previous live stream while we observe what happens here. So FIP time, impulse, right? You always take a FIP time from the start to the end of a first structure to compare it with the second structure, right? So if I take a FIP time from the end of 1 to the low of 2 and I put it on the high of 3, I'm comparing wave 2 with 4. That's what I'm doing, right? That's how it works. So solid move, by the way. This move retraced quite high, where probabilities now, this is too high for a wave 4. So it's interesting. Keep an eye on the 618 as well. FIP time, wave 2 and wave 4. Wave 4 is not really allowed to be 4 or 5 times longer than wave 2. Take a FIP time from the high of 2 to the low of 2 to the high of wave 3 over here. Toggle on the wave 4. You don't really like to see wave 4 being 4 or 5 times longer, right? Between 1 and 4 is preferred. Wave 2, take a FIP time from the low to the high of wave 1. Toggle on the wave 2 over here. You don't really like to see a wave 2 being 4 or 5 times longer than wave 1. That lowers the probabilities. If you want to compare 5 with 1, if wave 3 is extended, you take a FIP time from the low to the high of 1 to the low of 4. Most common FIP target for a wave 5 compared to 1 is between the 0.618 and the 1.618 FIP time. In corrective structures like an A, B, C, you take a FIP time from the high to the low of A to the high of wave B. Wave C generally ends between the 0.618 and the 1.618, but can be very long as well as very, very short. Wave B, you don't want to do a wave B. If we look for a WXY sideways corrective structure, FIP time from the beginning of wave W to the end of W to the high of X, then we're also looking for the 0.618 to the 1.618 to finish wave Y. If we are looking for a WXYXZ, wave W, wave Y, and wave Z tend to be between the 0.618 and 1.618 FIP time of one another. If we're looking for a sharp corrective structure like a double zigzag, WXY and potentially an XZ, wave Y and wave Z tend to have a relationship between the 0.618 and the 1.618 FIP time of wave W. If we think about a flat, ABC is the most common flat, right? Then we are looking for wave C to most commonly be a very quick structure. Now, you don't really have a FIP time per se. The only thing that matters is that wave C cannot be twice the length of A plus B. So you take a FIP time from the start of A to the end of B, you double click over here, you're going to be looking for a wave C max, and it's not allowed to be twice the size of A plus B. If it is, it lowers the probabilities for a wave C. Wave A and wave B can both be very long. However, wave B most commonly is a zigzag, so you can count the internal structure where you again can compare wave A and C with one another, but you don't really like to compare A with B in a potential flat scenario. So there you go. That was me rapping about the FIP times. Hopefully that helps. Ta-da! That is what you have to know about FIP time. and how to pull it as well. Or maybe they don't know how to track it. I already forgot what this was about. Sorry, Abdul Karim. It's not strategy, it's respecting the strategy for every single trade. Yes, that is trading psychology. For the people that want to train your trading, if you want to improve your trading psychology, right? Don't read Trading in the Zone. Don't. Read this. Not affiliated. I don't know the guy. But oh boy, if there's one book that will help you with a system to improve your mental strength, you got to put work in it. It's not by reading. It's not like you read about fitness and you become bulky, right? You have to go to fitness. But here you learn the steps to take and the systems to use in practice to improve your mental strength for trading, your trading psychology. Trading in the Zone it's literally such a bad book compared to what you can read in this. I do not recommend it compared to what I've just shown, because Trading in the Zone doesn't say anything. It just says this is what you should do. Yeah, I know what I should do, but I still can't stop revenge trading, being greedy, fear of losing, fear of missing out. Like, okay, I know, but how do I work with it, right? And that is what this book tells you to do. Like, it's so much better. If you want to improve your psychology, Blaster, read the book and implement it. And I've also implemented. I've like 8 full A4 pages and I'm still going. And I'm already working on my psychology for a very long time, and I have a very good trading psychology. So I'm already at a high level trading psychology wise. However, if I make a mistake in my trading 9 out of 10 times, it is still trading psychology. So you can't practice it enough and work on it enough. Mark Dutch, thanks again. And everyone here that got gifted, send me an email, koenstrading@outlook.com, and I'll bump you up to silver, as I always do. What do you think about coin? Koti, I don't know, because I'm not really involved with altcoins, as Bitcoin is the main thing of the channel. But we will do a big altcoin stream coming up. Any advice on the motivation to learn all the boring stuff? I really can't bring myself to stuck it. Yes. What's your dream? Why do you want to be a trader? What's the reason behind it? Do you want freedom? Do you want to offer nice stuff for your girlfriend, your future wife? You want to build a family and want to spend time with your kid? You want to live in a nice house? Is it maybe personal? You want to spend more time with your parents that grow old, so you want to have more freedom instead of having a job? What do you do it for, the Jelly Moon? What's your why? Right? Because if you know what you're doing it for, the boring stuff, you'll get through that. So on my second screen, I have 3 little post-its, but it's not really a post-it, it's just like arrows. And it says freedom, family, and fun. That's what I go after. And of course, each F has more to it, right? Has an explanation, has a thought to it. But what do you do it for? What's your why? Because apparently, if you can't get yourself to do the boring stuff, you don't have something that you like. You don't know what you're doing it for, or it's not hyping you up enough to actually work for it. Which means if you're gonna continue to be stuck in your job. And a goal can also be, I want to work for myself. I don't want to have a job anymore. Every morning you wake up, that alarm bell goes, and you're going to sit in traffic like millions others. And maybe that's going to be like, fuck, I don't want to do this shit. I gotta get through the boring stuff of trading. I know it. I know I have to work for my boss for another year at minimum, or 1.5 years or 2 years. But I'm going to get there, I'm going to work on the strategy. I'm going to build the statistics. And every hour you spend into creating your plan and strategy, building the statistics, or for my part, you learn my trading strategy, which is what Diamond is for as well. Or we help people to create their strategy. It doesn't matter how you get there. But you will get there if your motivation for whatever you do it for is big enough, which clearly it's not. So you might want to think about that, because you will find something that will get you there. My name has nothing to do with my sentiment. Maybe read the, as we are now in bigger hands. When it hits 618, does it normally retrace to a specific fib below? Not really a watcher per se. Wave C's, if like a wave C, for example, can be very quick. So a wave C can also just do that. A wave C sometimes has very shallow retracements. We don't know. You can have a 1, a 2, and then a big 3 and a C if it does move to the upside. That's a possibility as well. But it depends on the structure we get to the upside. So we don't really know what price is going to do, of course. But generally, wave C's are quick structures. Wave A is very long. Wave B is quite timey as well. If you're looking for a flat, this is right. This is the bullish scenario, everyone. We also have a bearish one. But then, yeah, you will be looking probably for a bit of a retracement, but the retracements might be very shallow in a wave C. Can be a very quick move. Moises Guerrero, a pleasure. Only Dutch. Exactly. Mark likes to give to people, specifically if they are female people. I see. Well, we don't know like if they are men, women, or identify as something else. No? Are we moving up now? Well, at least we have a small little move, but we don't know what price is going to do. We can only trade probabilities and not certainties. I have a good feeling this is the point of reversal, just a feeling. Potentially it is. It is still wave B area. It's a solid retracement to the upside here, right? Oh, you do want to break the bearish CVDs you have on the 3-min. No bearish CVD with the previous range, but you do have it here, so you definitely want to break that by taking the high. And yeah, of course, for an impulse to the downside, if we are looking for an impulse here, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Looks a bit either ABC-ish or potentially finish. You could have a flat ABC reversal or continuation. But for an impulse in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, wave 4 is too high now. So 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. ABC for then a bigger flat, right? However, as mentioned earlier, we don't like this to be taken in a wave 4. So it increases probabilities of a move to the upside if you take that high when we not think about, wait 1 second. So let me put this on the chart before people confuse. Look, so if this would be your 5 down and then your 3, you want to see an impulse in the 5 here, right? Looks a bit 3-wavy to the downside. So arguably there's a potential ABC. But that's a wave 4 pattern, which still, then by the way, we do this. 42K is the 618. You don't want to see it hit. But this wave 4 becomes incredibly long compared to your wave 2, which is not what we like to see in this case. Right, so we have wave 4, yeah, it's going to be 6, 7, 8 times longer than 2. So we don't prefer this. So preferably you don't have, in a bearish scenario, 3 finished, and you're now looking for 4. But that means you're going to pull a fib from this high to this low. What is this one? This one. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, let's put it there. To the low. And that's your max target for your 4. Now this is quite a nice move, right? Or max target, this is your invalidation for a wave 4. So it increases the probabilities to move to the upside. Now this wave 4 can be a zigzag, can be a flat, right? Can still be a zigzag. And your targets, 3, 5, this is your common target area, which we haven't yet hit. but this being an impulse down is pretty much invalidated because like it's not a 1 2 3 4 5 wave 4 retraced to a high now. So 1 2 1 2 3 4 5, possibly an ABC. You could still get a ending diagonal in 5. That's still an opportunity, so we shouldn't forget about that one. So again, the best thing is the 618. Till the moment you like, as long as the 618 isn't touched, it's difficult to really look for much higher prices. So, and preferably the 42K 618, and remove this one. So, and that's we trade the probabilities, no? Holy moly! No, my that was nice. That was nice indeed, Mark. What's up, contrarian? How are you doing? Please fix Elliott Wave spelling with double T in your designs. This guy. Have you been like sleeping under a rock, my friend? You might want to like update the brain patch. have a patch there. Oh wait, lol. You're not talking to me. You're talking to the designs. I thought you did a. Sorry for this one. So he made this. Elliott. No, it's good. Elliott is double T. It's not single T. So we are correct. It's not. It is double T, my friend. So that's a double T that he put in. By the way, this was a present. So he made this himself, but he put a double T in here. Elliott. So yeah, solid move to the upside, right? A little bit of a move, some volume coming in, but Elliott is double T, my friend. This is a wave 1 down. You still expect wave 2 upwards to around 45. Well, the most common target for wave 2 is the 05 to the 786. So yeah, you do want to see a wave 2 retrace to the 05 to 786. The 382 is a possibility, but it's a lower probability. Yeah. Before then a wave 3, correct. The question is, how far does wave 1 go? But yeah, this if price takes this high here, right, we get close to the 0.618. We still, in a bearish environment, want to look for wave 4 in an ABC, which is the flat. This is perfect, no? Because then you're going to be looking for A, B, 1 2 3 4 5. B is in, up. That is what you look for in the flat. But yeah, depending on the strategy, people can enter. But the 618, that's what it's about, pretty much. So the 618 is important here for bullish continuation, because this bounce can still be a corrective bounce of a diagonal 5 to the downside, because we didn't take this high yet. So we can still have a diagonal 5. This can still be a running flat. This can still be different things. So yeah, the 618, that is what it's about here. Yeah, but Atlan Angel, you are correct that in a wave 2 we still, and it depends how low your wave 1 goes, because the fips will move to the downside as well. But as it stands now, that would definitely be an area of interest with the current low. Yes. But one more step 7 is enjoy winning. Exactly. Enjoy winning. Top line, but regardless of both logo and text, Bitcoin should also be present. By AI, yeah, possibly. Both logo and text, Bitcoin should also be present. Yeah, I would agree. I do like the fact that people immediately see, oh, it's Elliott Waves, but it's this asset, because that's the core of the channel. Yeah, and that's what you want to communicate as well. One pull up for every like. That's 86 pull-ups. I'll get to it after the stream. Okay. Since you have a racing game background, you might also play around with your photo, make it look like a poster of a professional race car. Oh, you mean my just like a photo of my face in a race car, or my background, computer background? Damn, man. Okay. Quick. Haiku, my strategy is good. On average, I win, but I still have fear, sweat in my hands. Is it experience that wears it out, or do you say something to yourself? Spend $20 on a book, and it will solve your problem if you put in the work to work with the system that's in the book. But it is a really good book. Look, I don't even have an affiliate link. I don't get anything, but I am here to hopefully provide value to you as a viewer. And if I can recommend something out of my experience, which is Elliott Waves and building a strategy and you know, that sort of stuff, but also books that I've read, this one is high on the list. So you got to work. You got to work on it, like really work on it. But that's what the strategy in the book is for as well. So looks like a solid bounce, no? You want to see this high taken. Taking this high would already slightly increase probabilities of a potential C, but the 618 again, that's what it's about, eh? I said Atlas for NPOC. Do you use it for anything else? No, not really. Only for the naked point of controls. And the template is in general chat. I actually still got to put it in the good to know channel. And back to short 41.1. Beautiful, best and easiest asset to trade. You had a good week so far. That's good. Sorry I'm late. There was a vote. Yeah, but we are going to redo the vote with the same. It was about thumbnails, but we're going to redo the vote. So Waves just woke him up. Long depends on your plan. Yes, he wrote a poker psychology book. That's true. The mental game of poker, I believe it is. And he has the mental game of trading. What is the invalidation level for the wave 4 on a weekly time frame? The 618, which is at like 30k or something. 34,145. That Jelly Moon, my pleasure. This guy doesn't understand cycle. We're like 890 days far from the reversal. I don't have to understand cycle. I got Elliott Waves. And this is, everyone, what I mean with you always should respect someone else's analysis. My man, if you like to trade your cycles, you just trade your cycles, right? If that's what you like to do, trade your cycles. If I don't like cycles, I don't like cycles. I do Elliott Waves. And if you don't like Elliott Waves, then yeah. So I don't use cycles. Hey, Trendy Philippines, you know what we do with people like you? I think that like the little bitches like yourself that sometimes pop in and the only thing they do is they're behind their PC chatting, probably from the Philippines, right, other side of the world, and they're like, okay, I'm gonna find some random YouTuber guy and I'm gonna try and waste my time, not trying to learn or, you know, help people, but I'm here chatting behind my little PC, you know, being sad. Yeah, you need someone in your life, mate. So what we do is that. So now you can chat all you want, but no one will see it ever again. Gotta love people like that. What's up, name? How you doing? How are you doing? Ronnie, what's up? You're back again. Most people say close all trades on Fridays after the New York session. Would you agree? No, but this depends on your trading strategy. So with my strategy, especially the previous version of my strategy, the weekend was most profitable compared to the weekdays. With the current edition of the strategy, which we are tracking, the weekdays seem to be more profitable than the weekends. So it's interesting, but like a little tweak. So it very much depends on your strategy. And then you need to track data on your setups during the weekdays and the weekends and see how much win and lose on what days. Yeah, that's the only way to know if your strategy works in the weekend or if it doesn't. Heading to the gym, skip B, that's what I like to hear. I've been to the gym this morning, do a core workout. Yesterday was leg day. Man, I always feel leg day, and now I'm here standing behind my desk. So, but I'm just standing still, so that's okay. Good luck in the gym, man. Thoughts on this whole impulse being an ending diagonal? All the moves seem zigzaggy. Yeah, it's absolutely zigzag potential for an ending diagonal in 5, which means then we have a slow grinding structure to the downside for the weekend without hitting the 618. This level is most important. So for a weekend structure, if it would be an ending diag, right, then you have your 1, you have eventually a 2. So 1, maybe 2 like this. Then you have your 3 and your 4 and your 5. And then you're going to correct into a wave 4 in blue. This is the bearish scenario, by the way. So I'm going to put it. So then your ending diagonal is finished here. That's the end of your 3. Then you go into a 4, which would be typical weekend price action, because you're going to just go sideways in a range here for a while. And then you get 5. And 5 is then early next week, arguably, where the lows of the range are going to get wicked, or at least taken. Range, and then you get the retracement. If price at least doesn't take this high, that is, because of course for an ending diagonal, you don't want to see this high taken. So, and currently on the low, oops. There is the potential here for a 5-wave structure, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You might get a retracement. Important to observe that retracement as well. We didn't yet take the high. No, we didn't yet take the high on AGGR though. Would be nice to take that high on AGGR as well. We did on the chart, but not on AGGR. Did you adjust the 618 with the new low? I didn't for now, because this gives me a slightly higher 618, which means it's a bit more trusted compared to the lower one. So if you take, and so now I have to take it from here. You can put it here, but then it's 41.86, 42. And then I prefer to be better safe than sorry. So 42 for me gets my vote. Then in this case, it's just because this is such a small little lower low compared to this one. If it was a bigger move down, then I would have taken the lower one. Yes. I'm curious about your current trading history. Oh, feel free to join Diamond. Or do you mean my story, as in like my background and how things came to be? So I never have problems to show statistics of my trading strategy as well. But my strategy is traded in Diamond. People in Diamond trade my strategy for the past almost 3.5 months. And they also track statistics, which if you want, I can also show on stream. So there's absolutely no problem there. So yeah, it's a solid strat. 60-70%, 60, 75, sometimes even 80, depends on the month. % win rate, 1 to 3 RR. Currently most profitable during the week compared to the weekdays. I've never traded altcoins. Well, in the past, but not with the strat that I eventually developed. I only stuck with Bitcoin. And in the group, people wanted to try my strategy on altcoins, and they're killing it on altcoins. But I did add, because of them, I did add ETH and Solana to my list, but I haven't traded them yet because I'm so stuck to Bitcoin, because I've always done that, like kind of like for so long. I've just traded Bitcoin and nothing else because it gives enough. So the book is 50 euros. I can't imagine paying 50 for this one, but it's more about having it. I mean, in the end, it will definitely earn you more than 50. Gary will dump to. What's up, David? What's up? So I guess since the price is back in the range, it's not yet a 4545. Could be the ending diagonal structure. The problem with the 4545 is this looks a bit 3 wavy, not 5 wavy. But it depends on the high taken and the 618. This is still complex lower time frame. 1 2 1 2 3 4 5 or 1 2 can we have that? No, there's overlap between 1 and 4 here. If this is 1 2 3 4 5, so it looks better as a 3-wave structure, but ending diagonal is still a possibility. So you want to take this high to invalidate an ending diagonal, and then you could still move into a bigger wave 4, where the 618 here at 42k would be the invalidation. So that's the important one. Forming a triangle against the last high and 40k to build longs. Well, usually the goal of a range is, of course, to generate liquidity in any structure, triangle or WXY, ABC. So, but at the moment, I would look at the structure on the right side of the recent high and observe that. Koens, long depends on your play. Yep, he's definitely Dutch. Is that direct, you think? Do you think it's too direct to say that? We do not have any account on BitBay called FBR. We do not have any okay. Caught you again. What's up, Shirley? How you doing? Welcome. Hope you and your throat are doing good. Yeah, doing better than yesterday, but my water is finished. So I actually need to get water, which literally takes 30 seconds, but I'm enjoying my time. I like to see what price does as well. Trendy Philippines, about to be Wendy Philippines, bitch out. That's right. Hey, product of me as well. Good job. I think it's a great, it's like an investment. I think. Did you notice TV now has TPO indicator? Could you check if that will work instead of going to tools like Atas? Well, so the only thing of TPO I use is the point of controls, but time is it this one? Time price opportunities. Oh, that's interesting. Okay, this is the first time I see this. Okay, so that's the value area, gradient colors. Okay. Okay, the POC is white here. TPO. Okay, so you have the TPO midpoint as well. Open, close, initial balance. Probably the first 2 hours, I think it's set. I don't need the initial balance though. Volume profile. Oh no, it doesn't give me the values. What's this? Oh, okay. Value area high, value area value area high, value area low. In that case, I prefer to just look at this. No, not completely. I do want to change my colors. It's way too... Okay, I do need this, it seems. POC is red. That's nice. Value area. Okay, I want to make it bright. I like yellow. Volume. What's this? Turn it red. Okay. Okay, wait. Now I see what I'm looking at. Okay, I'm not that artistic. Placement, left, right, visibility, style. Okay. Block size 30. Yeah, okay, yeah. There's so much you can change as well, right? So I mean, we can go, okay, 4 hours max. I'm curious, 4 hour. $30 minutes. Row size, manual. Lol. Okay, never mind. We're not going to mess around with that. Period, 1 day, 1 week. Okay, so it does load previous weeks. That's cool. But of course, it pretty much just shows you the value area and the most spent time in a certain moment, of course. But you can probably use it for point of controls. Because if I go to my folder, then yes, that would be quite accurate. Your current weekly point of control on ATAS is pretty much the same as the TPO. The weekly naked point of control on ATAS is different than this week though. So that's interesting. 46.7, that would be the target box, no? Just above. So this one is a little bit higher. But yeah, it looks like definitely a tool that you can mess around with to look for point of controls and stuff as well, which I think is interesting. And then during the day, if you don't want to use ATAS, that is, I want to make a 4,000. Is it okay? So if we go to 6, I mean, it must be. Oh wait, ticks per row. Yeah, I want a bit more detail. Value error 70%. Okay. Wow, today's volume in the inside the 70% is it's almost a straight line. So this was your point of control of yesterday. Oh no, wait, here this is your volume point of control. This is your time point of control in white. So the volume point of control. Bit of a reaction. What am I looking at here? Friday. I'm just playing around here, right? This is the TPO of Friday. Yes, this is 1 p.m. So this is the TPO of Tuesday. Okay, I see. Okay, I see. So volume, daily point of control. Your time point of control is currently, well, that's literally where we are now. Time You know, value area low, value area high, mid. Yeah, it's an interesting tool. Can be fun to play around with it at times. So yeah, I think it like, especially for people that like to use TPO or find point of controls, can be interesting. Back after 1 week in Germany. Now I brought cold weather also in Romania. Oh no. Cold weather, yeah. Well, in Germany it's probably cold as well. In the Netherlands it's freezing at the moment. The whole impulse from 48k. The whole impulse from 48k as a ending diagonal in a wave C, that is. Ooh, but then your wave A needs to be long as well, I think. What's time doing? We're still good. Yeah, okay, we're still good. We are still good. And then you need... So then you want this to be a 1. 2. You're going to be looking for 3, 4, 5. So let me clean up some. So you're going to be looking for this. I would like wave 3 to be a bit deeper though, if you follow usual targets, and also this is very shallow for a wave 2 and a contracting diagonal. Wouldn't really be something I would like at the moment. Wave 2 is very shallow. Common target is golden pocket 786, rare is 30205, and wave 3 didn't hit the usually minimum target being the 0.618. So something I'll keep in mind, but for me it doesn't yet have the high probability. Also, what I'm also always looking for with a diagonal is I would wait for wave 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then and then you want to see a wave 5, which can, by the way, still be, of course, an impulsive structure as well. But it's a nice idea to at least keep in mind. Yeah. A little bit of a break on the move, no? So on AGGR, we still did not take this high, did we? I don't think so. No, so till the moment that happens, you have bearish CVD divergences. These small bearish CVDs already played out as price moved down a little bit, so patience there. Look at it, we dumped to support between phase 1 and 2. It appears the support is 32.34. What are your thoughts? Yeah, 32.34 is a solid support area, and 32.34 would be nice support for a potential wave C if we are looking for a corrective structure in an ABC, for example. That would be an interesting area for sure. Yeah. I think I got what you mean, right, Stuba? More dump in the market possible? Always possible. The question is how will you trade it? And that is based on your plan and your strategy. But yeah, because we don't, a move up is also possible. The beautiful thing about trading is that we don't know, but what we can do is have the probabilities, and based on probabilities we can trade. So if we can find an edge, which is our strategy, we can trade the moves even though we don't know what's going to happen, based on the statistics that we have of our strategy: win rate, profitable days, profitable time, best session, best risk to reward ratio, trading with and against the trend, and all the information. Based on a lot of data, you know that if you enter this position based on these rules, you will, over 100 trades, have this result. But you don't know if the next trade is going to be a winner or a loser. You might have 5 losses in a row, but it perfectly fits your plan. it might be followed by 15 winners, which can also be according to plan. You might have a loss, win, 2 losses, 5 losses, 5 wins, and then more losses. And because you don't know what the next trade will do, but over a bigger sample size, you know what your win rate and everything should be based on data. So can we go up? Yes. Can we go down? Yes. The question is, how will you trade it? What is your strategy? How does CVD? Oh yeah, we just checked the CVD. Yeah. So let's go statistics. Yep. 31 years ago. no man. Yeah. Same answer here. Are we going 38K? Possibly. We don't know. So because no one can tell you, no YouTuber or person in the market can say, are we going there? Because the question is asking for a certainty, but we have no certainty. Price can be like tomorrow, price can be at 49K. It can also be at 1K. We don't know. Maybe something happens overnight. Based on probabilities, it's very unlikely. Can we go to 38K? Yes. Can we go to 42K? Yes. But you have to trade the probabilities. So currently, yeah, 1K tomorrow. Currently, the probabilities, right, depend on the 618. Price moving up and hits this level here, probabilities are higher to look for continuation and higher prices. As long as you don't hit this level, it's difficult to be bullish in bearish market structure as well, where we are looking for also still impulsive structures to the downside with the potential of a diagonal. A bit early to call, but it's still a potential. We also are very, very close to wicking this low, this one. We pretty much created a bit of a double bottom here now. So that is, of course, quite interesting as well. So can we move down? Absolutely. What's the level to keep an eye on? 42K. And the weekend is coming up. Usually the weekend equals ranging market structure. So that increases the probabilities based on just weekend versus weekdays. It would increase probabilities. It's the markets are not closed yet, right? We still have 2.5 hours to go before New York closes. So anything can happen in those 2.5 hours. But usually when the market closes, the probabilities for big moves go down significantly and the probabilities increase for ranges. So if we do get another big move still today, then preferably it happens in the upcoming 2.5 hours. Maybe. It's not what my fiance always says. It's always keeping it that way. Almost 100. What are we at now? Hey, we passed it. Thanks, Mark. Yes, East S Fessing, best regards from Germany. Schwarm Intelligent, welcome. Guten Abend. Good to have you. Yeah, thanks for the input. Not the highest probability for the count, just like to think outside the box, which is good. And you've been doing great with Elliott Waves recently as well. Thinking about like outside the box, which is important. So it's nice to see. I like those scenarios, thinking out, which is also pretty much Elliott Waves. Everything is based on probability. Yes. We can't trade certainties. We can only trade probabilities based on a plan that we have. I got a question about 618 Golden Pocket. You say it has more chances of going up, but most people always... yes, but this is an Elliott Wave trick. So with the Golden Pocket, with Elliott Waves, the 618 is used in many different occasions, right? So when you have a new fresh high or low, like here, for example, and price would retrace to the Golden Pocket, then yes, it has a high probability of having a rejection. Correct. Fresh new high, right? We are ranging here for a while, not too interesting. Fresh high, yeah, probabilities at the Golden Pocket for rejection, solid, no? But now over here, we are pulling the 618 from an Elliott Wave perspective to check for the invalidation of a wave 4. So we're not looking for a wave 2, usually the 618, right? Common target for a wave 2. In a wave 1, 2, 3, 618, common target for a wave 2. But what we now do is we're trying to invalidate wave 4. And the wave 4 is already, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then you look for 5. But the 618 is not a target for a wave 4. So the moment the 618 gets touched, probabilities increase for continuation, right? Not because I know what happens, we're on YouTube. It doesn't have to do this. It's just that the probabilities increase that price will find its way to the upside, right? For a potential flat structure. Because you don't like to see the 618 hit in a wave 4. And if we are looking here for 1, 2, 3, 4 and a wave 5, then inside this wave 5, if we're looking for an impulse, we look for 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, preferably another 4, 5 then, right? To take the low again. But that means that if we're looking for another 4, you don't want to see this level hit. Even if you are still in this 4 here, you don't want to see this hit. Doesn't mean we can't go down, because just like Stuba says, you can still have diagonals. It's just that once you hit the 0.618, it increases the probabilities of price moving to the upside eventually, instead of being in a very strong impulse to the downside. So the probabilities increase to continue ranging or move to the upside in a wave C, and that depends on the market structure we get. So we don't yet know what we get, it's just a probabilities game. And the probabilities change the moment you hit the 618. So there's still a bit of resistance, little order block here, for example, right? The low, arguably a bit of a low of the range, so it's a support resistance area here. Do I have the range? This one, right? So you have the range here as well. So can you have a rejection here? Absolutely. But the probabilities decrease for a very sharp move down. Increase for a move to the upside or continuation of the range, and then we reassess. So that's the 618. It decreases the probabilities that you're in a very strong, like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Now, of course, the most bearish scenario would that be this is a wave 1, wave 2, and you're going to go down for a wave 3. But at the moment, that would then mean that this is a wave 1, 2, 1, 2, down. This wave 2 only hit the 0.236 Fibonacci, which is a very rare target for a wave 2 and a wave B. So the probabilities are not high that this is a wave 2 or B for then a wave 3 to the downside, where you can have another 1, 2 down. So if we reject here, or if we hit here and we possibly reject, probabilities are higher. You're going to go in corrective structures or a ranging structure, or you just move up in C. So that is how the probabilities get impacted with the 0.618. For me, we're getting an extended flight that can go as low as 36K. We are still in wave B flat territory. This is, of course, what you like to see in a flat. So, but we haven't taken the high. We haven't touched the 618. So we remain calm, patient, collected traders, of course, with a plan and a strategy. What's up, Skywalker? Still here. If you wouldn't mind, could you tell how you use TPO and POC? So the naked point of controls. So I use ATAS, but you can use the volume profile, TPO indicator on TradingView. You can use different things. But the point of controls, which I have many, the reason I don't have them to the upside, by the way, on this chart, I do have the target boxes which have written point of controls there, is because I switched charts eventually. So I only got the ones to the bottom on this one. But you can see I have levels here, and then also here. So a point of control is the most amount of volume in a certain time frame has been traded at that level. The higher the time frame, usually the more important the level is. So a weekly naked point of control generally is more important than a daily. I don't go lower than the daily. Some people like to use 4-hour point of controls as well, but I don't myself. So past like the last week, right, when price was here, the highest volume or the most volume traded last week was at 46k, which is now important resistance. If price comes back, one can expect a reaction here, right? It's just one of the confluences that one can find maybe in a certain area, so you can use it as a confluence. I should remove this because this is the current week and the current month point of control, which don't matter as much. And to the downside, we have a few daily naked point of controls, a weekly, monthly, daily, and weekly on the same level. So a daily naked point of control is, of course, the highest or the most amount of volume traded that day is at that level. Same with the weekly and the monthly, but then the time frame is different. And you can use these levels to look for areas of support and resistance that potentially might lead to you having a setup, going long or short. So you can just try to implement it in your plan, or you can use that level, right? Imagine we have a point of control and price moves into it, and then maybe you want to wait, and you want to wait for RSI divergences, candlestick patterns, market structure changes, whatever works for you. So you can observe what price does at these levels, and generally they are very nice levels to have. The rejection at 49k was a monthly naked point of control. SPY took all-time high, Nasdaq all-time high, SPX too. Oh, there you go. There's some strength in the market. Are we going to see a wave C? I'm already live for 3 hours again. Holy moly. Pumping the content. Gotta go. Don't forget us. Yeah, I know. It's 7 already. Now, it's 7:30. It's actually, yeah, it's definitely also time to go actually for me. I've been online for again 3 hours. We, based on the analysis, people know what to look for, right? So I caught up with all the comments. There will be a time soon where I'm really gonna struggle. Like I was already behind, and then I think at a certain moment soon, if the channel continues growing like it does, which is insane, I probably I can't scroll up anymore. If people have questions, they just gotta repost and ask again. Expert 30 moeten we 41.5 omhoog. Expert preferably break or hit 42k, which increases probabilities to move towards the upside, which is not everyone per se in a straight line, but it can also continue its range throughout the weekend, right? And later move up. It just increases probabilities that the impulsive structure to the downside is coming to an end, and you revert the possibility for a move to the upside. So probability wise, you change for a potential either a wave C. Now a wave C can be very quick, right? Not necessarily a straight line, but it can be a quick structure in a wave C. Or this move still has to be related to a potential impulse, but 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You want to see another 4 and 5, and for a wave 4, this is your invalidation. So unless you have unless you're going to go for what Stuba says, for example, the ending diagonal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but then you still, so it just kind of, what it shows, the 618, is probabilities decrease to go to very deep levels, increase to either move up in a wave C or continue ranging a bit longer, maybe throughout the weekend, wick the lows and then move up. So it's just that probabilities change from more bearish to more bullish, but we're not there yet. $200 thumbs up. I have no idea what we're at the moment. Thanks, app. My day is just getting started. Mine is coming to an end. Thanks, Sweet Hero Mining, man. And welcome to the team again, eh? But this time, the Diamond Squad. Will Bitcoin fall below 40? Potentially. It might also go above 42. But we don't know because we have to wait for the probabilities. As long as price doesn't hit the 0.618, yeah, you can go to 40. But if price hits the 0.618, the probabilities decrease for stronger impulsive structures to the downside. Why do you mention an extra wave 4 and 5? Because of the impulse. So in that case, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Unless here you have your mini wave 4, but preferably a wave 4 is a bit equal or longer in time than wave 2. So for that reason, we like to keep an eye on this being 4545, but the 0.618 will give you more clarity once it's hit. Pleasure name. Quick follow. How are the different POCs interview pooled? This depends on your pool. The point of control from the TradingView indicator here, fixed range volume profile, you select a certain amount of time, and the highest volume trade, or the most amount of volume traded in that specific time, will be the middle line. Why do you mention? So yeah, are you going long or short? I might be long, I might be short. But the beautiful thing of trading is that it's everyone for him or herself, and only people in Diamond will know what I do, because they know the strategy which they have learned. It's not a signal group, but they actually learn it themselves. So and then the podcast, I think what's important in your case is to develop a plan or a strategy which is based on data. So you have the confidence in yourself to go long or short based on data. That really helps. Pretty new to futures, still blind. I can imagine. I mean, there's a lot going on, especially in crypto, of course. But I recommend to stay away from leverage if you're new to stuff. And the most important thing I can recommend in this case is to try as many tools in TradingView as you can. Build statistics on your favorite tools. Combine your favorite tools to build a bit of a strategy. Build more statistics on the combination to see what the win rate is and all that stuff. Then add something, remove something, and see how the probabilities change, or how the data changes. Step 5 is trade it with a low amount of money. Work on your trading psychology, and then step 6 is up your money slowly. Should I start paper trading? No, I don't recommend it. What I recommend is start with very small amount of money, 10, 20 bucks, 100 bucks, whatever is small for you, but don't go into 4 digits. Don't waste your money on the first couple of weeks or months, because the chances of losing are very, very high. And basically your first bucks in a trading account, that's going to be your like your tuition money, like your your university money. Like if you go to university or something, you pay college fees. You got to see this as college fees, and you prefer, just like in real life, to keep them as cheap as possible but learn the most amounts. So try to avoid the feeling of greed, of missing out on bigger moves, because you are working on yourself, and the moves like from 49 to where we are now, or the other way around, these moves happen all the time. The most important thing you can do now is create a long-term strategy that you can trade, same shit, different day, pretty much. And then the money just flows. So trading is very easy. Trading is not difficult, because trading is pressing buy or sell. What's difficult is the process of becoming a consistently profitable trader, which is where data, statistics come in, using many tools and trying them. And that is the process on the background that people don't see, because this is your Excel sheet and yourself, hours and hours and hours of collecting data. And that is what it takes. If people, for example, the 200 people that are here, if you want to be profitable, you need a strategy that you can trade every day, week, every hour, depending if you're a scalper, day trader, or a swing trader. Maybe you've developed multiple strategies for different time frames, but you need a strategy based on data. Leave emotions out. We don't trade based on I think it goes up or down. No, I want to know based on data, and are my entry requirements hit? And if my entry requirements are hit, I enter. And I don't care if it's a loser or a winner, because I know based on data, I'm going to win in the long run. That's what matters the most. If you are here looking for a setup, right? Of course, it's possible, because in Elliott Waves, of course, and what I do on the channel is I provide probabilities, and I'm pretty sure people are trading them. They should probably did very well. The problem is I'm not a financial educator. I'm just a random guy from the Netherlands standing in front of a webcam talking to a little dot. But there's 200 of you watching on an iPad, phone, computer, hopefully finding it valuable. And I'm pretty sure some people will enter positions. But the beautiful thing is that I don't care if people lose or win. People always have to manage their trades themselves. It's their risk, their money, it's their stop loss, their take profit, it's their plan. I have my plan, I have my strategy, I have everything. I have all my data in Excel sheets. But now the nice thing in Diamond is I'm not tracking data myself anymore. Now we are with like a group of people, and we're all tracking data. So it's already a very good strategy, but with all the brains and people in there, it's only going to get better. I didn't know my strat worked on altcoins because I only traded Bitcoin till the group like members came in and they were like, "Yo, can we use this on alts?" I'm like, "I don't know." you gotta collect data because I've not done it. And now in the group, they're pretty much trading everything, but they first collected data. So they know the strat, they know the rules, they check what happens on the chart, and they first collect data for a month or a couple of months, and then they're like, wow, this works, or this coin doesn't really work on this one, but ETH very good. So and yeah, that's how it goes. So if you want to be in this industry in the long run, you don't want to be dependent on an external factor. So you don't want to depend on a certain external indicator you don't control, or a YouTube channel, or certain like signal service. You want to try to look for things that you can control, which is the process and the statistics and building your own strategy. And the moment you track data, this is what I found as well. Like the moment you track data, you get more confidence in yourself, and you're gonna look less online what others do. I would only go online now to educate myself or curiosity, but I'm not looking to see what other people do with their positions. because I know my strategy works. I have full confidence, and so have the diamonds, because they're trading it for 3.5 months already. But yeah, I hope, for example, with my channel, that besides providing updates in my YouTube videos and in the live streams, I also try to put educational bits and pieces in my content, like where do I pull the fibs from, what's the target area, what's the normal look for a double or triple 1-2, what are the targets for a diagonal 1 2 3 4 5, and all that stuff. And I hope that people, by watching my videos, not only receive an update, but they also learn something that they can use in their trading. So I help them by giving them information, little tips and tricks and little thingies that they can then implement for themselves long term to improve their trading performance, which is by no means then, oh, the probabilities are to the upside, so I'm going to go long. No, it's that you know now yourself, like, hey, the 618 is important to invalidate a wave 4. I should remember this. And then probabilities change. The 0.236 for a wave 2 is very rare. Ah, interesting. I can remember this. And that is what matters the most. And then, of course, in Diamond, that is where people learn my strategy. So yes, there is a strategy that people can just learn and implement, but you still need to learn it. It's not a signal service. Yeah, if there's a setup, I will write about the setup. But sometimes I write about it after the setup has happened, as Lucas will undoubtedly know, because I'm also trading myself. And sometimes I first want to enter the position and then I write on it, like, about it afterwards. Or sometimes I'm in a train, I'm in an airplane, I'm with my family and I'm not trading. Or I'm sleeping, because we have members from the other side of the world, Malaysia, the US. And when I'm sleeping, they are trading the strat. I'm not providing updates at that time, I'm sleeping. But they know how everything works, so they can implement it. And that's the goal. It's the education. So they learn also what it takes to build a strategy. They are tracking their own statistics. They are learning the rules. They try to understand where it comes from. And that's the beautiful thing. So it's all about education in the end, because we're not a financial service yet. Maybe we should do a Koens trading fund. Maybe one day. I don't have that in my dreams yet. Trading is easy, but having control of emotion is difficult. That's why most traders fail. Yes. Even if you have a plan, it's the psychology that can knock you down. Absolutely. Thanks, Entender Lewis. I did well based on fundamentals with altcoins last bull run. That's good. But also sorry. Oh boy. But fundamental analysis, you can get shit rich with fundamental analysis. This book, I can recommend another one. Market Wizards. This is just look how much I've used it a lot. I don't know if you can see the damage on the book here, but I have all editions of Market Wizards. There's more, and these are some of the best traders in the world. You have in this book fundamental traders, technical traders. You have a combination of both. Some people learned it very quickly and got a talent. Other people took them 10 years to be profitable. And that's the nice thing. Everyone has a different story. I have a different story to you or to anyone else you're following. But it doesn't matter how you get to your profitability. What matters is you put in a process. And sometimes it takes a long time, and sometimes it doesn't take a long time. So fundamentals can be very profitable. So can technical analysis. Both can be great. Knowledge is power. Yeah, and then you gotta frame the knowledge in a plan. If we are in the start of a bigger wave C correction, finishing wave B from, what would be the particular for wave 1 of C? This looks like some volume coming in. Looks good, no? If we are in the start of a bigger wave C, finishing wave B, what would be the predicted levels for wave 1 of the C wave down? Well, if you're looking for your C wave, because I think this is the case, if you look for your C wave to go to 10K, arguably, right, the target area is like 12 to 8K, your wave 1 can have, of course, subdivisions as well. So I have an alarm at 618, so we can just zoom out quickly. So if you are looking for a move to the downside that goes all the way to here, right, then for a wave, that was the 618, because that was my alarm. Nice. So you're then, you know, your wave 1, your wave 3 is very, very extended. So you take a trend-based fib from like the high to, we have this low and to the high here. And then you go to extension. 3.618 is at 19K, but it can extend even further. So maybe your wave 1 is already in. And you get a flat in 2 and then continuation down. However, the probabilities aren't great for this to be a wave 2 because of the time it takes. So wave 2 compared to wave 1. So yeah, maybe you're going to have a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your 1. Then you get a 2 and then a big 3. It's difficult to, in other words, when you zoom out this far, it's very difficult to know. Oh, it's not yet the 0.6. It's very difficult to know how far a wave 1 goes. But if we are looking for a flat here, then probabilities are lower. This is a wave 2 just because of time. So you're then looking for this, right? And you can see we have a wave A, then a B, and then we're looking for a C and a flat. Right? This is the most bullish scenario for two reasons. First, you're going to move up in a flat because you're looking for a wave C to the upside. So you're going to have a push to the upside, right? Your common target for wave B is between yellow. Your common target for blue, or for 2, is the blue area. Let me put the prices on so you can see it. So the reason, first of all, it's more bullish because the price moves up. But secondly, we're now retesting the support resistance area here, by the way, which is the range support resistance, as you can see. Value area low of this range acting here as resistance, and you have the white box here as well, which is resistance, right? You want to see these flip, no? You want to get back in the range. Continuing the story. The second reason this would be more bullish is because of time. So if you do get a move up, then you can see that the vertical lines have a 5 and a 6 taken from the high to the low of 1 or A, to compare the time of 1 or A in this scenario to the time of 2 or B. Now for a wave 2, preferably you're ending a wave 2 before the 5 fib time, meaning wave 2 is shorter than 5 times wave 1. If wave 2 gets too long, it increases the probabilities of a wave B, because a wave B can be very long compared to A. So the probabilities switch, which means that if price moves up in a wave C and then a flat structure, probabilities are higher, we're going to have a B. Probabilities are higher, you're going to look for a C down, which then would be a corrective structure, which increases the probabilities to take the higher the later stage. So you can see how things locally impact probabilities for the higher time frames. And that's why here on the channel, of course, we always cover high and low time frame, because the lower time frames decide what happens on the higher time frame. And this is how things come together. So the probabilities of what happens locally impacts probabilities higher up. So yeah, let's keep this range on as well at the moment, because we are now testing that range. I honestly here for the psychological advice. Yeah, we covered that. Don't forget Trackmania Master Driver. Yeah, that's history now. I mean, if I boot up the game, I can still play with the pros as well. I've been a pro myself for 11 years, so it's like riding a bicycle or driving a car. If you haven't done it for a while, you get back to your level quite easily. But I not as I think I was. Like you can be back to the top. I can win an event, but you can't be as consistent as I used to be. I need to grind a bit more, I suppose. If it's a 1-2-1-2, can the second 3-4 go beyond the first 3-4? Yes, as long as the 0.618 doesn't get touched. So you can wick the first 3-4, but the 0.618 is the real invalidation. That's the one you want to really look for. Koen, can you tell me more about the Altsplan? For me, something new, but I don't know the possibilities. Maybe you can. Altas is like Exo charts. It's like a platform or Trading Light where you can find or you can get a lot more information about the market that you can't get from TradingView. So you can see what happens in the candle with order flow and other tools that you can use. But order flow is very much used when people download stuff like that. It generally is more accurate. So that's why I like to use point of controls from Atas and not TradingView in the point of controls that I have on my chart, because of the accuracy. But it's a platform where, based on your skill set, you can see the DOM, like the buy and sell orders coming in and the stacks and the limits. You can see a lot more about the actual market and what is happening at the moment in time it happens, instead of what TradingView offers. So I recommend, if you of course want to learn a lot more about Atas, to check some videos online on YouTube, as I'm 100% sure there's a lot of content about it. Does your daily routine look different now with 5-hour streams? Well, a 5-hour stream is never planned. It just happens to go that way, but it's not going to be a 5-hour. We're already at 3.5. But yeah, I write down stuff to do, but then we enjoy the live stream so much, you just keep talking, me being you in this case, and you keep talking, I keep talking, we talking. Before we know it, hours fly by, and yeah, I have some other stuff, but yeah, we're still here. So, are we going TP 100K in the next 4 hours? Yes. Because of you, I'm now correcting my errors in analysis. Much love to you from wow, there you go, Bulgaria. Welcome, Yasser. Holy moly. And thank you for your sincere support. My pleasure, man. Or women, or, you know what I mean. My pleasure. I'm happy to hear it. Glad you're correcting your errors step by step. How to become diamond? It starts with clicking on the join button below, and then you can watch the video for more information. I never look at fundamentals. No, I'm not at all a fundamental trader. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't know about the ETF. Basically, I don't check any news websites about Bitcoin or anything. Of course, on Twitter, I do sometimes see stuff, but I don't follow any pages. I don't watch any YouTube videos, unless only maybe a few that are Elliott Waves, but that's technical. I don't do anything fundamental. My whole strategy is also purely technical. It's completely unrelated to news. However, fundamental analysis can be very, very profitable. But then you need a strategy that includes fundamental analysis. And in my case, I don't like to use it because I don't like to read the articles and try to figure out the impact, and I like the puzzle of technical analysis. So it works better for me, while fundamental analysis might work better for someone else. That depends on the personality. I always say as well that the strategy is incredibly personal. It reflects your strategy reflects your personality, pretty much. And my strategy is really based on my personality in all the different things the strategy has. It's basically Kun in a couple of rules to then trade. So, yeah. I know the book. Yeah, it's a good book, Market Wizards. Cleverton Cordaro, please. English. Yeah, I'm still alive. You need to go to do some trading with Mrs. Koons. Yeah, I know. Trading. So we now at the value area low. Very nicely tested, right? Still not hit the 618. 129, yeah. I'm not really a guy that asks for likes and subscribers. And look, if people value the content, you know how YouTube works. You know where the sub button is, the like button. You also know where the affiliate links are if you want to support the channel. You know. So I generally, not at all in my videos. You probably also know how memberships work. It's a join button below the video. I generally, in my content, never ask. But Moonboot Boy and Mark Dutch and others in the chat, they are the voice, basically. They like, hello? I think it will hit 44K. You think, or based on statistics, you have a percentage that you can put to your thinking, Henry Penn. So based on like statistics or a certain way of analysis, what are the probabilities to hit 44K? Or what needs to happen to hit 44K? 618 rejection, we didn't hit it yet. Is this a V-shaped recovery? Not yet. But a wave C, if you go for a C, if you can get back in this range, that would be nice, no? Wave C's can be very quick. But at the moment, yeah, we have a little bit of a move, no? Yeah. Solid. Thanks for the feedback. Pleasure, True Earthman. And also, by the way, Jason Dela Cruz, this for me is not a V-shaped recovery, by the way. A V-shaped recovery would be something like this. This would be a V-shaper. Very rare. Usually it's then a B and a C. Like you get a zigzag in a B, bum bum bum, and then boom, you get a C to the upside. So very quick down, very quick up. However, in this case, it's a very structured move down where we have a range before as well. So it's not a V shape, if you know what I mean. It's not like we have the same, this is nice structured move towards the downside. I just logged in. On Coinbase, it's drawn from. So let me put this on, because yeah, you can actually see it. There you go. So of course, if you're looking for impulsive structures, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4, 5. Invalidation, 618 for a wave 4 for an impulse. So therefore it's pulled from the high of this 2 to the higher low, to this low, because I want to be better safe than sorry. So I chose the higher low also because this low here was just a little bit lower than this one. So by pulling the 618 from here to here, I get a slightly higher number, which I trust more. Oh, well, yeah, there's the answer. It's just including a bit of safety. It's like a little margin of safety. Instead of choosing the lowest, there's a small difference. I prefer to take the one a little bit higher, so it's a bit better for like probabilities. It's just a bit more safe. A fake pump from Gary. Oh, Gary can fake pump and fake dump. We like the volatility. On the Bybit futures chart, the price touched 42K. Yeah, many different charts, of course, but on my chart it didn't. So of course I follow Coinbase and focus on what happens here. But you are still below that previous range, so you do want to flip, of course, the value area low and the support resistance area to get back in the range. That would be good. Kayo, welcome. Oh yeah, you were earlier as well. I recognize your picture. So I can get a better average buy-in price. Yeah, depending on your plan and strategy, if that's an area you're interested in, there's definitely some confluence in that area. So that would be very nice. I'm currently in a 2K loss. Ooh, what's up, stock charts? It's all in perspective. If it's 2K out of 2K, it's a problem. If it's 2K out of a million, it's a peanut. But by all means, it's never nice to be in a 2K loss, of course. The main question I would ask is, what's your strategy? And is this according to your strategy and your risk management plan? Then it's no problem. If based on your strategy, this is the risk you should take, you have your stop loss, you know where you're invalidated, and it's part of the plan, and it's no problem to be in a 2K loss. The problem is that once you start to trade outside your plan and you are not trading following your rules, or you don't have a strategy, you're probably going to lose a lot more than what you are aiming to. 30%. That's a big portion. So, but again, if it was part of your plan to lose 30% on this trade, then it's part of the plan. This is the thing that no, well, yeah, I can help you, but you're not gonna like the answer, because I can't help you with trying to get your loss back or get you to a winning position. But what I can help you with is what I think is that you don't have a plan, and you need to follow the 6 steps to build a plan before ever trading another 6K account again, because else you're just wasting your money and you're just going to lose more. So well, in a way you might actually like the answer. So okay, here's the 6 steps, right? This is very important. First things first, if this is money you can't lose in your account, remove it immediately. Leave $50 in or $100, but if you cannot lose the other 4K in your account, take it out. Because if you now lose the 2K and you don't have a plan and a strategy, your psychology is very likely weak. So you're going to start revenge trading, you're going to start to become greedy, you want to make up for your loss, you're going to go to lower time frames and try to, on the 1 minute make up your loss, and that's that sort of stuff. So I'm just kidding, I made 30%. Oh well, then you're good. So for the people that are still interested to know, 6 steps. 1, try as many free tools as you can on TradingView, right? Just the tools that you find on the side. 2, combine your favorite tools and track statistics. 3, 1, try as many free tools as you can. 2, find your favorite tools, build statistics. 3, combine your tools, build more statistics, because now you're building a plan in the combination of your tools. Then eventually step 4 is tweaking and adjusting your strategy, add something new, leave something out, see what it does to your statistics. And then 5 is start trading it with a low amount of money, work on your trading psychology. And then step 6 is increase your budget and slowly, so that you can get used to the bigger losses. Because getting used to the bigger wins is no problem, but getting used to bigger losses will have an impact on your trading psychology. Where do you see Bitcoin going this year? Highs and lows based on statistics. We can't know based on statistics. This would be too subjective to know based on statistics. What would be the year high and the year low? We just started the year, and there's kind of no point in thinking about the higher or the lower of the year. At this moment in time, there's no statistics that can give you a great answer. Maybe 49K was the high of the year. Maybe 10K is going to be the low. Maybe an all-time high is going to be the high. I don't think so, to be honest. But so my bet, I actually did that recently on a live stream as well, where I looked at the weekly, and we had a bit of an estimation, like where could price be at the end of the year. So at the end, basically at the end of December. Of course, there's a lot of different things that can happen. But my answer, based on pretty much that question, was around the 40K area. 40, 35, 45 area. Because of the very high time frame weekly range that we're in. Because even if you go down in a wave C, you're probably going to stick around in a 30 to 50K range for at least quite a lot of weeks. So maybe in the middle of the year, when we have more information in June, I can get a better estimation of where price is going to be by the end of the year. But at the moment, we have no idea if we're going to go up for more bullish structure to 55K and then retrace and stay in the range for longer, or if the high of C is in and we go to 10K. No one knows. The only thing we know is that locally price is moving down. We have the probabilities also on higher time frames. Yeah, we have probabilities, but you want to see local confirmation, impulsive structures to the downside, which at the moment you still have an impulsive structure here to the downside. So, which can act as a wave 1 or a wave A, but we don't know if it's a wave 1 or a wave A until we get the potential C or 3. So we have to be very patient. And the big range that I talk about for people that are new is this one. The range between 50 and 30K. So I think the probabilities based on Elliott waves as well are incredibly low to just do this. I think 2024 it's going to be like a 2021 type of year where you're going to be stuck in this range for a while. And in a bullish scenario, 1, 2, 3, maybe 4, and then 5, wick the highs, then move down, and then eventually bullish wise you go up again, which is pretty much this scenario. And in a bearish scenario, you have your C and you move down, but you would still expect price to spend a solid amount of months in this range, just like we did in 2021, early 2022 as well. And then we can see where price is in the middle of the year pretty much. Is to listen to oneself and your own analysis and trusting yourself 100%. Yeah, mindset. For most of today, one more low seemed likely before we move back towards 45. Is that one more low? I mean, we now have a double bottom with 41.50, so I wouldn't mind actually wicking that. I mean, why leave that final little bit of liquidity? But the market does what it wants to do. So we didn't hit the 618. We didn't take that last little low. There's still the potential of a flat here in a 4 for a move down as well. So remaining patient. The moment the 618 is hit, probabilities do flip for or lower probabilities for strong continuation down, either continuation range or move up. But we didn't hit it yet, so we remain patient. Alex, how you doing? Slap the like button. Hope your stream went well together with the others. It looked really good. It was fun watching. Of course, eventually I went live myself, but it was a fun time. Interesting to see all the different like analysis styles as well. Some people indeed go through that struggle. That is true. $44K. Yeah, that's also where you have a daily gap there. But I think if you go to the 44K gap, probabilities are high to fill that gap because we've already tested the gap twice on the daily. So it will be the third time testing that gap. Moose, great show again. Thank you for doing great. Dankjewel. Are you Dutch? Pleasure, Moose. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for your kind message. What's your pull-up training routine look like? I can tell you have a solid back frame. Yeah. So that's the workout station. Usually what I do throughout the day, oh, there we go, is every time I walk through the door of my office, I do a set of 5 of either dips, pull-ups, or leg ups, belly muscles. So, yeah. And I just do 5 because, of course, throughout the day, you walk through that door a lot of times. So and you don't want to I've done that in the beginning when I got it. In my first month, I went so hard on that thing that I couldn't straighten my arm anymore. I overloaded my biceps tendon. So, oops, yeah. But I got the workout station because of my goal last year, which was to finish a 42-kilometer marathon 100+ obstacle run in less than 7.5 hours to get the medal. So I got myself, like, I went to the gym. I already went. I've always done a lot of sports, but I went to the gym a lot, pretty much every day, for half a year. Of course, had my own running schedule that I've made as well. And eventually, hell yeah. It's always on my desk, my medal. Because it reminds me that with every day, little bits of effort will lead to big results. And it also psychology-wise. Kun, in my opinion, you're underestimating the scarcity of Bitcoin and ETF inflows. Oh, I'm not underestimating it. I just don't even think about it at all. So I don't overestimate or underestimate. I just don't look at it because it's not part of my analysis and it won't help me with my analysis because it's not something that I like to use. But if you like to use the scarcity of Bitcoin and ETF and you like to use fundamental analysis, that's absolutely fine because you can be incredibly profitable using it. But people should respect my way of analysis as I like to respect theirs. And if people don't respect the fact that I don't like or I don't use, because I like reading about Bitcoin and stuff, I just don't really, it's not like I don't do it. But I you know, if people tell me about ETFs, oh, it's interesting. but I don't use it in my analysis, or it doesn't change any of my probabilities. It doesn't change my strategy that I've developed, my personal strategy, because it's not part of my way of trading. But if there's people that don't trade TA at all and only use fundamental analysis, I think that's amazing. I think it's very impressive. If you can do a combination, I also think it's amazing. So it's all about how someone uses it, and I respect anyone's analysis. If you are profitable with your analysis, doesn't matter what you use, one should always respect it. So Propcon says 20k moves can take as little as a week. That goes to 3 weeks for 60k. That does mean it will go there. It just states that there's enough historic volatility to do so at 3 STD on the daily. Yeah, Bitcoin can have very quick moves. That is correct. But the range that we're in at the moment is a very high time frame range, of course. So we can move up and down for a while and be stuck in this range. You need to get water. I kind of need to stop and spend some time with the fiance. Stretching as well, yeah, especially as we age. I have to do more with stretching. What do you think Bitcoin is going to do? Either up or down, but it doesn't matter because it depends on your plan and strategy. Based on Elliott waves, however, because actually your question is the probabilities, because I don't know if it goes up or down, because no one knows. But what we can talk about is what are the probabilities from an Elliott wave point of view, right? Which is by no means any financial advice. So currently we're just retesting the range over here, right? We haven't hit the 618. If you hit this 0.618, probabilities increase for continuation, or at least a continuation of the range, but probabilities would decrease for very, very strong moves to the downside. Yeah, you can wick the double bottom that we have here. But the probabilities generally increase for a retracement. We are currently looking at two scenarios. We have the impulse and the flat. For a flat, you want to bounce in this area here where we are at the moment. There is still the potential. This is a flat structure by itself in an ABC, and you continue to the downside, where this is a bigger wave 4 and you go down in 5. But that's why we have the 618 on the chart. So the bullish scenario here, but the weekend is coming up, so you definitely want to have some, some power in the upcoming 1.5 hours before the markets are closed. Is a flat ABC, and you want to see a 5-wave impulsive structure to the upside. So wave C tends to be quick as well, so you definitely want to see a bigger move in that case. The bearish scenario is an impulse, where in an impulsive structure you are looking for a let me clean stuff up here. For a 5-wave structure to the downside in a 1 or a 1, 2, 3, 4, and then a wave 5. Wave 5 is a 5-wave structure. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 still has potential. 0.618 is an invalidation for a wave 4. Now currently the probabilities are low for this to be a wave 1, 2, and this being a wave 3 or a wave C. So the moment the 618 is touched, probabilities are not so high. You're going to have very strong moves to the downside. There is the potential still that you go in some sort of a diagonal structure, where this is your 1. This is what Stuba said as well. 1, and then 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is then 5. And then you retrace. But simply what it means is what I mentioned. The moment you hit the 618, probabilities increase to continue ranging sideways and move up. So that is currently what we are pretty much looking at. And at the moment we are testing resistance, which is the range and the value area low of this range over here. So that is what we are currently looking at. Oh, I don't have an opinion on Atom because I'm not involved with altcoins. I only trade Bitcoin. But very soon we will do a full altcoin live stream. I'm planning 6 hours, so that's going to be quite a thing. If the 618, what's the retracement level of area to go long? That depends on your plan and your strategy. So because we don't know what price does, but you need to plan, or you need to have a strategy, which you don't have. So what I would recommend, Minsu, is that the moment, for example, the 618 is hit, right? You want to look at, maybe price is going to go back in the range and you go back into range trading. Or price retraces once it hit the 618, and maybe you see RSI divergences or stochastic, MACD, CVD. Maybe you're looking for a market structure change. Maybe you see something in the order flow that gives you confidence, like buyers coming in or sellers becoming exhausted. Maybe you have maybe you do channel or something, candlestick patterns, something that gives you the confidence to long, because the 618 touch is by no guarantee a long signal, because we don't know what happens after the 618 touch. The only thing we know is that probabilities are switching, but we don't know what will happen if it gets touched, right? If we are going to take the low still one more time, if we get inside this range a bit over the weekend and move up or down. But what we do know is probabilities change from an Elliott Wave perspective, which of course is probabilities, because Elliott Waves is a strategy by itself. But for entering or exiting trades, you need to develop your own personal trading strategy based on things that you like to see. I pulled the 618 from this high here, 42.9 pretty much, to this low, 40.6. So I would recommend Minsu to build a bit of a plan or a strategy. Now, probably the easiest thing for newer people to do is to trade ranges. But you still need to have a plan on, hey, how am I going to identify if a range is forming? Because range trading in Bitcoin is very effective, as you know, most of the time Bitcoin is in a ranging structure. So you can trade it effectively as long as you have a plan. So you still need to build a trading plan and strategy around ranges. How much can Bitcoin retrace? Can retrace the whole move. But because this might still be a flat structure in an A, B, C, and continuation down in a 5, wick the lows over here and then move up later. It might also retrace towards the upside, right? And enter back in this range and continue. The problem is that these questions won't help you in your trading. They're relevant in a way to get an idea of levels, but at the moment where price is now, we are either looking for the 618 to be touched and price moving inside this range, and then range trading can be interesting, or it just continues, or we look for a rejection with a potential flat here in an A, B, C finished 4-wave structure, and we're going to move towards the downside in a wave 5. So it can also retrace the whole move. When we are looking for an impulse to the upside, let me have a look at the volume here, by the way. So volume is increasing as price is moving to the upside. Now for an impulse, right, what you want to see, this if this is the high and price moves down, it's very much a wave C. This is what wave C's love to do as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then end wave 5 on high volume and then retrace. We don't want that in an impulse. In an impulse, what we're looking for is at least one more high on lower volume. And then we could have a potential wave 5, and then we could be looking for a retracement down. And then we need to look for signs of support, proof of support. And based on proof of support, whatever that is for you, you might enter a trade here. Now, if price is going to move inside the range and retests resistance into support, maybe that's a signal for you too long to the other side of the range. Maybe it enters the range and doesn't even look back. That's a nice thing. We don't know. But that is why it's so important to have a trading plan and a strategy which you can execute day in, day out, the same strategy every day. So every day you check the same rules, you look for the same things, you have the same plan, and every day you trade the same thing. So not one day this or that or this or that, unless you have 3 different like good plans based on data. Of course, then you can switch. But I recommend to at least just have one and trade that very effectively. Upside retracement and zigzag upside move. Can you check dominance? I don't at the moment. I also have to go actually because of my fiance. I've been online for another 4 hours. I have a hard time stepping out and back into my learning when you are live due to FOMO on your knowledge and wisdom. Yeah, it's time for me to move as well, to be honest. Trading Bitcoin sounds like marriage. Every day the same thing. Some days are very difficult. Some days are full of hype and interesting stuff. And some days nothing happens and you're on the couch and whatever, right? Some moves are very quick, yeah. Some moves are very slow and grinding. Yeah, Mark. Yeah, of course, they're always there. I always try to reply in a respectful way and hopefully teach something as well, because the problem is that usually when people ask these questions, they don't have a plan, which is a pity, because I'm sure that these people as well can be incredibly successful traders, but they need to get away from the shortcut and focus on the process. And the process is what you don't see on the background, which is the data collecting and stuff. So yeah, I just hope I can give my 2 cents back from all the experience and stuff I've done, and hopefully it helps some people or motivates some people to develop themselves, which results in a strategy and a trading plan and hopefully long-term profitability, because that's what I hope for you, all of you, of course. Someone give the man a medal. Got a couple here. Okay. Oh, thanks, and then the podcast. Appreciate it. Stayed for the advice. Welcome. Your first time here. Okay, everyone. As price is, stagnating a little bit. We had a little bit of resistance, but I really got to move. I've been online for 4 hours. It's been an absolute pleasure. But sorry, this guy also needs to eat a bit. Relax with the fiance. Yesterday I was online for 5 hours. We didn't spend time at all in the evening. She worked at home, so we did spend time during the day, of course. But it's time to have dinner, watch an episode, and go to bed early instead of yesterday. It was quite late, right, with the live stream, because tomorrow morning between 7 and 8 I'm gonna deliver another update. So let's see what happens. Let's see what happens. So everyone, Moonwood Boy, Netflix and chill, exactly. Everyone, Mr. Friends, Groen Service Parkstad, Mark, Moonwood Boy, and then the and the podcast, Expat 13 Ties, Maarten. Thanks everyone for hanging out and being here. It's been a pleasure. Another incredible fun 4 hours. Thanks for your participation, spending some time with me on your valuable Friday. We're gonna jump into the weekend. Let's see what we're gonna do in the weekend. You know what I'm looking for. You know what regarding Elliott Wave probabilities happens if price touches that 618. Keep an eye on the range, right? Keep an eye on the range. Pull a full in profile as well. Always interesting. And yeah, I'm gonna see you very, very soon again. So Ryan, Shirley, Sweet Hero Mining as well. Cheers. See you at the next one.